Okay. Let's see if um let's see how today goes. Oh, here it is. Enable streamer mode. Yo, congrats on first. Okay, this is loud. How is the sound? Uh, there you go. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. I'm surprised that one worked. Maybe. Come on. Get up there. Get up there, asshole. Get up there, asshole. There we go. That one should have made it, but I was too far to the right, I think. Yeah. I am practicing. How am I doing? I'm alright. I didn't have the best past couple of days, I can tell you that much. But doing better today. Yeah, there we go. Come on. Oh yeah, that's right. I had new tech for that. Yeah, there we go.
They found us! To the airship! Quickly!
No. Not talent. Hard-earned skill. Okay, let's see. I almost hit the hug cutscene. Crash, I need you to start moving your head, dude. Yo, MGG. Harder than Mountain? No, Mountain's harder. Hey, yo, Tata, thanks for the good luck.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights. Sweep the path
Mm, 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 mm. Yo, Tia. Good luck. Thanks for the good luck. Is there a way you could get it Vortex into AA? I mean, yes, but with this category, you shouldn't do that because this is a legacy category. You do bring Cortex into all the other categories now. It saves almost a minute. Yeah, some people were confused as to why I'm not doing Cortex Antagony in this category, but, I've been treating this category like a legacy category, as so that way the old strats can still live in, at the top level for, Antagony. I don't think it'd be right. Is there a non-legacy category? Yes, this isn't any percent. This is any percent no dimension skip. Which isn't really named correctly, but any percent is not a legacy category. Any percent does pretty much everything. It does Cursed Splash, which is the replacement for Dimension Skip. It does, Vortex Antagony. This is a very old category, that still does Mountain Skip. And yeah, thanks for the good luck, Princess Samoyed. What about 100% no dimension skip? That's just classic route. It's not a part of the leaderboards, but I have a PB in it. Which is a 106 3x, I think. We don't separate them because there's no reason to. The category, or the routes are not different. They're not that different. And also it means that, okay, that doesn't work? I thought it did. Okay. I'm gonna have to lock in for a second. I thought I died. Okay. No way I'm making this. No. I missed God Cycle. Yeah, no. I'll go back to the other strat. I really do not miss doing the ballroom. Yo, Michala. Okay. Yo, Quandy. Damn. I'm gonna do Antagony one more time. I'm rusty as hell. That's what happens when you don't do runs for a week. First try beach. Imagine. Come on.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights. Sweep the past under the rug.
Perfectly straight. Nice. There we go. I do not like pop, no. Only one that I like is root beer, and I don't drink it because it hurts my throat. And yes, that's what we call soda in my dialect is pop. You know what? I'm gonna load Iceberg Lab and do hug skip.
Come now as we explore a new dimension. But we ran out of time.
Okay. What? Oh, come on. Whoever said this was harder than Mountain Skip is... That's crazy. I mean, it's harder to learn than Mountain Skip, but Mountain Skip is much easy. Or, I mean, this is much easier than Mountain Skip.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
I don't mess up Warp Skip.
This is where we wrong the rights. And sweep
Warp Skip I mess up maybe once every 40 or 50 times. Mountain Skip I mess up like 1 in 3. There you go. Fuck with me. I don't know why I was thinking don't fuck with me, and then what was popping in my head was fucking, Akihiko from Persona 3. Don't mess with me. I've been waiting for this. Waiting is part of my strategy. I don't know how to deal with that. I wish I could death abuse to change the cycles. Because a big problem with those ants is that they're how they spawn, or they keep moving after they spawn. So the chances of me getting getting good RNG with the ants is very small in this category, just because of the fact that I can't die in antagony. However, the way that would allow me to die, which would be Cortexless Warp Skip, loses like 8 seconds. Okay. Is in Fallout New Vegas interesting? I don't know why the game decided to drop my jump there. And that just kind of threw me off for everything. Aw. What? I wonder if there's a mod in, for P3R that replaces the voice actors and actresses with the originals. Because I like... It's not that I don't like the voice actors in the remake, but I prefer the old ones. I'm sure there is. Wait, if I just hold it... Ah, perfect. I don't even need to do stupid stuff. Stand behind the line. Bing. The game does not soft lock, it hard locks. The difference between a soft lock and a hard lock is that a soft lock, the game is still running. A hard lock is a crash, essentially. If you die without Cortex and Antagony, because Cortex isn't loaded in memory, what happens is, the game will literally halt. So when you're playing, so you can't pause or anything. In a soft lock, you can still pause the game and then, reset it, or reload. Lure him. The only way to fix a hard lock is to reset the console. Soft locks, usually you can just exit and then go back to main menu. Not all the time, but usually. That's usually how they work. Hard lock and crash are kind of interchangeable, at least in... Uses the P3R OG cast. Nice. That's stupid. That's a stupid death. It's just like in speedrunning, a lot of us use the terms glitch and bug interchangeably, even though in coding language they are totally different things. A hard lock is a different thing from a crash, but at the same time, we use them interchangeably. Because the majority of speedrunners are not programmers. Unfortunately, it leads to some really stupid debates with glitchless. Because nobody agrees on what the hell a glitch is. Which is, I mean, a lot of what hang on. What a lot of people erroneously think of with a glitch is that it's whatever the developers didn't intend, but sometimes you use mechanics in unintentional ways in speedrunning, and then it just leads to a really stupid semantic debate of like, okay, so this is unintentional. Is it a glitch or not? But then, say like, in Rayman 3, there was a really good thing that I saw, which we call damage boosting, where you can stand on a projectile, which the developers had to intentionally allow, regardless of whether, like, it was an accident or not. It was intentionally given that property to allow you to stand on it if you have iframes. So it's like you're basically using an unintentional mechanic in an unintentional way, and it doesn't make sense to consider that a glitch, because are you saying that the mechanic itself is a glitch where you can't take damage and abuse that? Or are you saying that the ability to stand on the projectile is a glitch? But then it was programmed into the game. How can you say it's a glitch? You can't. And I said, like, listen, the thing is that that trick does make a couple levels better and faster. Why the hell would you not allow it in glitchless when it's more of a trick rather than a glitch? And so they started allowing it in runs. In glitchless. Especially because that trick was not being used in any other category. Glitchless debates are always really stupid. I've always hated them, and since I'm also, since my, my field of study is linguistics, since my field of study is linguistics, like, semantic debates usually piss me off. Also, shoutouts to the guy. I got this comment on one of my fucking, on one of my YouTube videos. My girl said she'd let you. What was it? Hang on, let me look at this. This is really funny. Let me look at it. My girl said you can have it. I was like, huh? I mean, no thanks. But huh?
Come now, as we explore a new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Okay, yeah. I thought that was too too early. I want to make sure I can actually finish Antagony. Eel flowers. Ah! Ow. Evening. Man says evening. It's 11 in the morning. Crazy.
Come now, as we explore a new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
It's 4 p.m. Let you do your thing. True. You guys have been having a wonderful time with this weather. Okay. Okay. Give me a fucking proxy. And one emote, yep.
Victor in Moritz's stronghold of evil.
Yeah, so I got a YouTube comment saying my girl said you can have it. I'm like, bruh, the fuck? Huh? Question marks. question marks. What the fuck was that sound? Random comments go crazy, yep. Whoa, okay. By the way, what's going on, Flowers? Okay, here we go. See? This is what it means to not suck. Need to stop. Got home. Yo, Robin. Oh, fuck me. Got home and had a shower. Understandable. There you go. Okay, there we go. Yikes. Okay. You've been trying hover skip, and you got it a few times. It's very weird. It is weird. It's okay if I don't get that. I'm not that far behind. I do have to wait for this, though. You've seen what Asslock does? Yup. Yo, Joseph. Thanks for the good luck. Oh, wow. Imagine that happening. Thanks for the good luck. Hub 2 isn't bad. No, Hub 1 in basically every category is kind of ass cheeks. Okay. Let's do some runs. Let's see where these go. So, by the way, once my dad gets home, I'm gonna talk with him because, where he works, which is not, like, you know, true employment, by the way. Where he works, they need another person for security. And I might pick that up as a summer job for $12 an hour. I mean, I won't be able to do it while I'm going to uni. And they also don't really run in the winter time because it's not a place that you that is open during the winter when it's cold. Damn it. So I will so that was the whole thing regarding like everything else. I decided because I got that opportunity, I don't want to go and do the subathon. Because I would rather go and do something like that than have to ask for money. But I did want to... I might do it in the future. I still think it's a fun idea. But I mean, I'll do something that involves the subathon stuff. Just probably not with subathon. What are you struggling with in Hub 2? Are you doing zombie, by the way? Because to be fair, doing zombie is not difficult. Okay. If I were to guess, I think, you're probably having trouble with Ice Climb. And it's that one antenna. Where the graphics are wrong. Because landing on the antenna at the start of Ice Climb, the graphics are wrong. They're not representative of the collision. Because the graphics are tilted the wrong way. Oh, you can get on top of that? Okay. You're talking after the whole elevator section? Is it Penguin Skip? Is it Penguin Skip or Fast Bat? Well, what's the issue with Penguin Skip? It's the long jump. Oh, do you mean around the rock? You don't have to do a long jump. I've always done the long jump. You don't have to do it. You could just jump around it. Yeah, you could just jump around. I do long jump for safety. Because I used to mess it up a lot when I was playing on PS2, so I basically always set up a long jump for it. You don't have to. It's awkward. You could just jump around it. I always do the long jump for safety. That was before I had a good controller, though, so, I wouldn't have that issue now. That was a weird problem. I mean, fuck it. I don't care if I'm a second behind. Jump, jump. Damn, not even in the 50th percentile. Crazy. Oh, I curved too much. It's fine. Run sucked. Honestly, you can also just do the body slam at that cutscene skip. That cutscene skip is difficult. I wouldn't recommend it. What you can do if you want to do an easier strat is, well, since you have zombie, you can go to where the green gem is, in Hundo, and you could get up that way, which would probably save you about 10 seconds. Or you can just activate the cutscene early by jumping on the antenna. But that cutscene skip is difficult. I would rate it like a 6 or something like that out of 10. Okay, that's not cool. This is hanging again, and I don't want it to hang. Maybe I would rate it as a 7 out of 10, to be honest. You can do the method that everybody else uses, which might be a little easier, where everybody basically turns the camera, and then you can also use the antenna at the bottom to line it up. I use just a, I use a spatial cue, which is I run to the right of the leaf and then I jump. I jump and then I time moving around it. I essentially just use my understanding of it. Yeah, the camera thing is weird. You would not be surprised to learn that I was the one who found that. Usually things that require weird setups are found by me. Like Fastbat, weird setup. Found by me. Yeah, that just seems slow in general. Yeah, see, I'm to the right of that, like, leaf. That's how I do it. I'm not looking at, like, the background or anything. I am specifically looking at the leaf of the tree. And then I just place Crash to the right of that leaf. I turned, it just denied me that turn. Yeah, basically, like, I'm to the right of, like, the leaf of the pine tree. What way to hold for when you do get the right length? If you're doing it my way, you curve from forward to left-ish, but also because you're not like in the same spot every time, you have to adjust to if you're close or far away from the cutscene trigger. The closer you are to the cutscene trigger, the more you have to, and the less you can curve. If you're, like, say, maybe a foot, not like a foot as in like a foot of measurement, but Crash's foot's width away from the cutscene trigger, you can safely curve, but if you're less than half, you need to actually, like, delay turning by a lot. It's all based on spatial awareness, though. And you just have to have a feel for where the cutscene trigger is at. Otherwise, you're just not gonna get it. That's a 28. I'm not keeping that. Like, I'll explain it here. I'll explain exactly how this goes. Because, like, I have, so, like, since you're on Xbox, you could go like this, and then you're already basically set up from here. And you basically go to the right of the lower leaf. And then you just kind of time... You kind of time going around it, kind of like that. So what I do is usually I, like, put crash to the right of the leaf, and then... since the camera's mostly lined up already, because you're looking that way anyways, you're essentially, like, all you need to do is just put crash to the right of the leaf and boom. When I do it slow, I can't do it. Because it's just not part of how I do it. The camera usually fixes itself. What happened there was, I jumped a little late, and usually I kind of time the turning with the jump. Right there, I was too far to the right. See, that was just right. I used my slide jumps, because the game does have a little bit of a camera snapping feature, so I'm also controlling the camera at the exact same time that I'm, like, I'm controlling and manipulating the camera while I'm doing my movement. The camera is very important for when you're actually, like, pulling stuff off in Twinsanity. That's why claw grip is really, really good, because it helps a lot. Though sometimes you don't use camera movements. The camera moves on its own. The camera moves on its own, so you kind of just, like, you kind of feel and weave your way around it. It's not as bad as you would think. But at the same time, the thing is like, if you don't really have a feel for the way the camera moves or how movement is, because Twinsanity is a very adjustment-based, the movement is very adjustment-based. If you don't know how to correct your lines, that particular skip is going to be difficult for you. Yeah, you've probably noticed that Crash doesn't go in the same direction you're trying to move. So a lot of the movement that you're doing, you have to correct the movement. That's one of the reasons why mountain skip is tough. Is entirely because you don't know if you're actually going... Ice Climb is chill. Ice Climb is pretty fun. The only big issue is doing Ride and Slide right after Uka Skip, because Ride and Slide is a tough trick, and Uka Skip is also quite tough to do fast. Like, if you take your time on both of those, they're not that bad. Even though Ride and Slide is, like, I think a 7 out of 10. Uka Skip is a 5 out of 10 because it's the basis for pretty much everything. They're not that bad if you take them slow. But if you don't take them slow, they're both quite tough. It's my least favorite trick combination only because it's, they're both very difficult and awkward. So, like, even when you get them, you're thrown off for the rest of the run. The only other strats that have very similar vibes are all in Cortex Antagony. Fuck off, dude. The only thing about Cortex Antagony is that it's always at the end of the run, so you don't care. Though the saving grace, I guess you could say, is that you do slip slide after it, and slip slide's not that bad. You're probably doing the easier one. I wouldn't say that there's an easier one for Ride and Slide and Uka Skip. They're the same. It's just that the faster you go, the harder it is. Unless you're doing the checkpoint snipe and slide skip using the twin jump, then you're definitely doing the easier one. See what you like? I don't think that Ride and Slide is going to be that much trouble for you. Because Ride and Slide's not that bad. But, like I said, when you're doing it in a run after Uka Skip, it's pretty bad. If you're going fast. If you're not going fast, it doesn't matter that much. But I mean, it's like I said, Uka Skip is just not that bad. Jeez, my jungle bungles have been very slow today. I almost hit the cutscene trigger there. Okay. Nice. It's like magic. As soon as I calibrate my controller, everything's fine. Except for that, I almost died. Lol. Ooh, almost died again. Yeah, Doiler man, thanks for the good luck. Yep, it's like I speak and the game hears me. Whoa, I almost died. What the hell, man? Dude! The fuck? Jeez, I am really behind the cycle. Where's that damn rat? That was a bad decision. Doilermon. That was really dumb. I didn't even know that you couldn't land on that sometimes. Though I think it dropped one of my jumps. Move, Kevin. Okay, your whole family is dying, Kevin. Yeah, get fucked, idiot. Hub 3 is more or less the same as Hub 2, though it's easier outside of Boiler. Because, all levels Boiler is harder. All levels Boiler is the hardest of them all. Because of, because you don't go through Boiler with Zombie. You also do have to beat Dingo Dial, which isn't that bad, but, you also have to die. Hub 2 shouldn't take you that long. High Seas is pretty hard. I mean, I make it look easy. By the way, High Seas, in High Seas and No Dimension Skip is basically the same. Back to lurking. Enjoy the lurk. High Seas in No Dimension Skip is basically the same as all levels No Dimension, or all levels High Seas. The only difference is that, the very first, and possibly the first 2 chunks, well, the first 3 chunks, technically, but the first one in High Seas doesn't have, cycles. The cycles will be different on, the second and third rooms. But, it shouldn't affect the rest of it. It's basically the same. The Walrus Chase is... Okay, cool. The Walrus Chase also isn't as bad as you would think. Like, a lot of people think that the Walrus Chase is bad. But the thing is unlike most of the other levels, the Walrus Chase does not change at all. There's no RNG factors, there's nothing. And then you get to do the Brio fight, which the Brio fight's really easy. Why are you doing that? Stop that. Thought I changed you to this. Output. Video bitrate. I'll put this to 5K. It's still having issues? What is the problem? Is it a heating issue? Hang on, let me check. Oh yeah. I'm gonna need to, why the hell did I hit enter there? Fuck you. Look on the run, yo, Ali. You just finished your finals? Nice, how'd you do? Dude, really? Yo, Yanmei, thanks for the good luck. Some perfect? Ho-po! Wait, that's the secret Namekian language? No, it just knows better. Ho-po! En serio? No. No. I haven't even checked my finals, though I know I did well on my Italian one. Really, dude? Come on. Really, dude? Probably this week I'm gonna check to see what classes I'm taking next semester and... Okay, this... How's the frame rate on, How's the frame rate on the actual stream? Because from my point of view, it's like 20 FPS. I mean, I know I passed Russian and Italian. And I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to fix the... I don't know if I'll be able to fix the issue. From what I've seen, my CPU is throttling because of heat. I would guess that the CPU is FPS looking great, are you sure? Yeah, most likely, at some point, I am going to have to, I mean, I'm gonna have to, like, put together, I'm gonna have to scrounge some cash probably when my, probably when my, what's it called, when next semester starts, I'll have to scrounge some cash to see if I can get, to buy a new CPU, I think. I'm probably gonna have to buy a new CPU. with that summer job, I think, hang on, I have to do some calculations in my head. Get out of my fucking way, asshole. I think I'll make like 1K or something. And then, maybe more, I don't know, but I'm... Yeah, because to me right now, it's 15 FPS. Oh, come on, man. You don't see any issues? Okay, it's just my PC then. Cool. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking for a new CPU that runs cooler. Because the CPU I have has always run very hot ever since I got it. I got it a couple of years ago, and I wouldn't be surprised if the thing is just not doing too well at this point as a result. Oh, come on, man. I would like to get a new GPU, but, yeah, those are expensive as fuck. I knew that wasn't gonna work. I don't know why, I just had a feeling that wasn't going to work. Nutskip is being temperamental, as usual. Dude, seriously? Welcome back to running this game, I guess. I might just say fuck it. I'm tempted to just say fuck it and switch to a different category and then come back to this. I'm tempted. Which, probably what I'll do is I'll go back to, to all levels. And then get a new PB. Game audio's a little quiet, I figured. I can fix that. Yo, MGG, thanks for the good luck. Okay, that... I mean, I made it, so it's whatever. One run before PB, imagine. Hey, it's my first fast run of the day. And it almost turned into slow as fuck. There we go. 122 boat. I almost hit that cutscene trigger. Ay. Ugh. The game is really trying. Holy shit. Nobody saw, but I was super far left there. Ooh, this movement is trash. Ooh, almost died there. I lost a second, too. Which is fine. Ooh, somebody's playing DMC5. Pretty goated game. Fuck! Okay, this isn't calibrated correctly. Come on. Alright, let's see if that's better. The problem is I don't have a good place to kind of keep the, I don't have a good place to keep the controller straight. Oh, that still worked. Nice. Oh, that's sick! Okay, I'm gonna do, there we go. I'm gonna do Ice Climb and Uka Skip. Fuck you. Dude. Might miss that now. Nope. Got it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Oh, come on. This is the non-zombie version. Ah, fuck me. I didn't get the long jump over the... No, or I didn't get the slide jump over the invisible wall. And it's really hard to reset the, really hard to reset the, wait, I wanted to do boiler. It's really hard to reset the, camera if you don't go over the thing, so I decided to try something I never tried before. Well, I tried it before, but didn't work. Bastard. Interesting. I got twin split. Ah. Ah. Dude, my movement has gotten such a fucking ridiculous upgrade. You know what? I'm curious. Can I do this? No. Okay. I don't have long jump storage, so I have to do this weird. Yeah. Just so you know, Flowers, by the way, You need to die here in all levels, or the game crashes. Which is actually the entire reason... I mean, it's one of the reasons why we death abuse here. The second reason is because it's much easier to do this with Cortex than with Crash. Yeah. I wasn't actually doing Boiler just to show you. I was, checking my movement. And yeah, my movement got a pretty massive upgrade. Since I started doing no dimension skip. Holy fuck. I mean, I knew that I had, I knew that it was, that it got better. I'm just like... I didn't think... Well, it's not that I didn't think, it was rather like... I wasn't anticipating that the movement that I started having from my, I wasn't anticipating that the movement that I got from, when I got my Hundo PB would actually carry over. I did look at the Hundo PB and then I'm like, oh, yeah, that was just the beginning of the new movement. And doing no dimension skip has actually solidified a lot of that. I'm resetting because I lost a second because of hitboxes being stupid. Dude, come on! You know what? I might start spinning when I do, when I'm doing that. That might actually... That's either gonna be bad or good, I don't know. But Kevin needs to move his fucking ass. You fucking bitch. Okay, that's like 0.5 to 0.7 seconds lost because of hitboxes. Okay, spinning does not allow me to, Okay. I don't know if anybody has, like... I don't know if anybody's, paid attention to nut skip, but I think I know the reason why all of this stuff is really stupid. Wait, no. It can't be that, right? What the hell? Okay, I need to check something now because... And also, the stink bug stink is pissing me off. I'm tired of stink bugs, dude. I'm so fucking tired of them. Okay, that's part of the thing that helps. I know where one is, it's just that it really shouldn't be dropping down here. There was one that a spider caught up at the top of the stairs of the basement, but I don't think that its stink should be reaching down here. Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. Okay. I don't know why I'm comparing against best segs again. I don't know when I hit that key. The nut thinks it's funny today? It thinks it's funny every day. This movement is ass cheeks. That should have been a little faster. I almost didn't correct it enough there, and I almost fell off. There we go. Dude, come on. Come on. That's a second down the tube, I think. I don't know what time I land there. I don't know why I was checking the time. There's only one place where I check in time. Is that stink bug stink getting into my eye? Yes, my eyes are starting to hurt. I lost about 0.5. Okay. What the fuck, dude? Why the hell? Move out of the way. Holy fuck, I'm behind the cycle. And I'm not that far behind, actually. Not the cycle, anyways. Get out of the way. I did lose time, though, because of the... Because, holy fuck, this is slow as shit. Okay. So let me explain something about, I'm gonna need to explain something about how that room works. It's the second room in High Seas. So, how that room works in particular is that, are you joking, dude? Come on. How that... Ew. Ew, the fucking stink got into my mouth. Oh. Ooh. So basically how that room works is that those enemies don't have, like you would see their hitboxes, but their hitboxes are different from their models. There's a weird desync, or there's like a double with it. Which is weird. So sometimes when you slide, or you won't be able to jump because of the differences in the hitboxes. So what happened there was exactly that. I was sliding, and I was considered underneath the enemy's hitbox, so I couldn't jump, and that kind of fucked everything up. Oh my fuck. I don't care if it's a 124 boat. I kind of just want to be back in Hub 2 at this point. Almost a 125. Or, actually, it might be a very high 123. It's looking more like a high 123. Yeah, it's a high 123. Dude, that smell is distracting me immensely. I might need to do something about it. Why did I start speedrunning Twinsanity? Because I thought the tricks were cool. Excited for P4 remake? There's another one? Because, I mean, we already have P4G on Steam. Holy fuck, I'm actually starting to feel lightheaded. That's not good. Dude, I'm feeling dizzy, what the fuck? If this continues, I am going to pause the stream and then just, like, go upstairs for air. And then try to find, like, an air freshener, because I've never felt like this. It's Persona 4 Revival. Can they use anything other than R? Because P5 Royal, P3 Reload, Yo Ashun. Yeah, I'm actually starting to feel vertigo. And I'm pretty sure it's from the stink bug stink, because it's a lot. Usually, like, I just ignore it, but this is getting really bad. I can taste it. The smell is really strong. And I'm starting to feel lightheaded, which I didn't even know that being exposed to it could do that. Stop for a while and get some air? I'm thinking about it. I know it's not the game. I'm starting to feel a little bit better. But if this continues, yeah, I'm gonna go and, like, I'll stop playing for, like, 5 or 10 minutes and take a break. Kinda sucks. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been very well for the past week or so. So, I mean, there is good news. Yo, Colty, thanks for the good luck. So there is some good news. It seems that the cough is mostly gone. I still have phlegm, but I think it's allergies. And also, I think what helped a lot was I wasn't streaming constantly, so my throat, I think, just got better too. My throat's still not 100%, it's like at 70%, but it was at like 50%. World record is 24:29 by me, yes. If there is ever a question about who has the record for any of the categories in this game, they're all me. I have the record for everything. (24:29) is the fastest. 24:29 is the fastest any percent no dimension skip. 9:42 is any percent. I think all levels is 58:44. 100% is 102:31, and I think my classic route time is like a 106:35. Yeah, the only reason why people still think Joe is relevant is because his his runs are more popular than mine. Because his 100% run has like 140,000 views. And the most that my runs have ever really gotten is like 20,000. I think the last time Joe's run, Hundo run in particular, was relevant was pre-2022, because 2022 was when everybody started switching over to Xbox. Though Joe hadn't been running the game in quite some time. And then he tried PBing and he couldn't PB. And I mean, by that point, I was, by the time Joe stopped, I think that was when I had the 107. Now I have a 102. Dio did recently PB in any percent, and he got an 1117. To this day, nobody else has even subbed 11, and I have a sub 10. Noah got an 1102, and then he stopped. Which for some reason, I remember it being 11 flat. That was almost stupid. This is a pretty slow high seas, unfortunately. Yeah, very slow high seas. Just like my Jungle Bungle, it was very slow. Or my Insanity Island. Hey. Jeez, this run sucks. 4 seconds off of my sum of best. That's pretty bad. I mean, none of this matters. Just need to do well on this split, and then in the next couple of splits, and then... What?! It dropped the jump, dude. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, so I also started getting back into watching anime. Which is pretty nice because I can finally start practicing my Japanese again. So, Oh, come on, man. Also, friendly reminder, do I watch Japanese without subtitles? Yes. like, if there's something I really, really didn't understand at all and I wanted to understand, I turn the subtitles on. I go back to the line that I didn't understand at all, and then I go back. I turn the subtitles on, go back, and then I turn them off. I generally watch anime without subtitles. The language that they use in most anime is simple enough where I understand the majority of it, and the rest of it I understand through context. Plus, living in Japan helped with my listening comprehension because I was forced to do listening, so that was a cool adjustment. Holy fuck. But yes, when I use subtitles, if I have Japanese subtitles, I use them, but I generally cannot find anything with Japanese subs. That does make me very sad, though, because it would help tremendously with my listening comprehension if I had subtitles that matched what's being said. But generally speaking, usually I will either, if I am using subs, if it's a series that I'm gonna watch entirely with subs, I turn Spanish subs on. But if it's like just one line that I'd like to understand, it's always English, so that way I understand exactly what's being said. I fucking hate the rats. Kitsneko.net. You should send that to me. Yeah, DM that to me. I'm not losing a second to bullshit. But yeah, like, generally, no, but yeah, like, when I watch Japanese and watch stuff in Japanese, I don't usually use subs. The only time I do is when I really want to know the story, and I mean really want to know the story. But I'm good enough now to where, like, I don't need it. I generally don't need it. You're N5. I'm N3. No, you don't need more practice before watching anime. That's a myth. I was pretty decent with Japanese listening comprehension at N5. Now, that's not to say overdo it, but at the same time, the thing is that everybody is going to say, I need more practice before I can do it. Until they do it. That is a trap. It's a language trap. Is saying, I can't do this, I need more practice. That is a trap. No, you wouldn't understand 70% of a sentence with M5. The JLPT is a measurement of proficiency, not fluency. You may understand the concepts of the sentence, but when it's actually being used, no. I would say, like, comprehension at N5 is, like, 20% at max. But then again, like, comprehension at N1 is generally, like, 50%. This is basically, like, because it's a measurement of proficiency and not fluency, I think that you only get up to about 50% once you reach N1. I have better conversation skills than people who are N2. And the reason is because measuring proficiency doesn't mean shit. It means absolutely fucking nothing. A good example is that one of my friends who is a B1 in English has B2 level communication skills because he's always in English-speaking communities and talking. But the thing about the Cepher ratings is that they also measure fluency to some degree. It's still a proficiency test, but it also measures fluency. The JLPT does not measure fluency, it measures proficiency, which means that you have the technical know-how of how the language works, but you don't actually know how to speak it or how people speak it. Which sounds like you would know it, but at the same time, the thing is when you learn a language through a textbook, not even natives, especially Japanese and French are very good examples of these. Textbook language, most people don't know. Most people know the street language, or like the way that people actually speak. And now there's exceptions, like, say, English, for example. You're practicing with easy Japanese vlogs, but you want to read beginner-friendly manga. Just read manga. Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. I was reading manga at N5. Just get stuff with furigana, or, like, either do that or do something like what I did when I was really starting to try to get the language down was visual novels. Visual novels, voiced visual novels, are very good because you can watch the subtitles. You could basically watch the subtitles as the stuff is being spoken, and you interact with it. So visual novels are very good for, for vocabulary mining. Play Persona in Japanese? Yeah. No. That's too tough. Be careful with flashcards and, like, sentence mining, because memorization of sentence mining can be... It's a double-edged sword. So there's an interesting thing about, Japanese learning. Or not Japanese learning, language learning in general. Now, I actually lose this state early on, I've noticed, because I have a hard time with memorization. But generally what happens is that, most of the early points of acquisition that a person goes through, they sentence mine. As in, they memorize sentences, they memorize phrases and expressions, not actually knowing how to use them, but rather in what context, or they know how to use them, but not in what context. They don't know why. So they'll know certain things and know how to say certain things, but not be able to create it themselves. This is one issue with sentence mining and stuff like that, is that if you do it too much, you're basically just going to memorize certain phrases first before understanding the underlying meanings behind the sentences themselves. What happens with me is that I do it in reverse. I learn how to construct the sentences myself, and then I sentence mine. Which you can see in Spanish, because like a lot of times, like most of the sentences I make in Spanish are all pretty much from my own experience with the language, and I also use certain key phrases that I have learned in sentence mines. The only Spanish you know is puta. You probably have heard pendejo, which is Mexican. It means asshole. You know taco. You might know carne asada, which is just grilled meat. You probably know pollo, which means chicken. You probably know more Spanish than you think, but also no calvo. That's gonna be me in 20 years, dude. I mean, I'm already basically going bald. My bald spot has not been getting better over the years. There's a lot of crossover. Tornado, tornao. Burrito, burrito. Toro, which means bull. I'm sure you've heard gato, which means cat. Another common phrase that we use in English, at least in media, is mi casa es tu casa, which means my house is your house. Or you may have heard it as mi casa es su casa. You got 15 minutes to watch. I can't finish that fast. Don't take that out of context. No, I said it, and then I'm like, oh, I can make a joke out of this. Yeah, also my mom's last day of work is tomorrow. She will be officially retired starting tomorrow. How do you order 5 rolled tacos with guacamole and extra boogers? I don't know what boogers is. I mean, you could just say, like, puedes traerme 5 tacos al pastor con guac, porfa, or you could say por favor. You could just do that. I don't know what boogers is in Spanish. I've never needed to know what that was. You know, the funny thing is I know what that, I know the word for boogers in Japanese is, and it's kind of funny. It's called hanaksa. hanakuso. Kuso means shit in this context, so it literally just means nose shit. And like eye boogers in Japanese is mekuso. Eye shit. The word for snot in Japanese, hanamizu, nose water. Not to be confused with the two words for poop, which is unko and unshi. They make it sound so elegant. Japanese is not an elegant language, dude. Japanese is barbarian speak. I shit. I do indeed shit. I have, I do create excrement, and I do excrete it from my anal orifice. I, in fact, do. Thanks, I needed to know. But yeah, you might think Japanese sounds super elegant. It is not elegant at all. It is a very, the way that words are constructed are very, interesting. What do you think about learning languages through fiction? Do you like that? If you like that, then yeah, do it. If I could do a guy like I'm from the Edo period. I mean, so it depends on what you, or maybe not what you're going for, but how you want to go about it, because, like, I mean, for example, if you Das Boot. So, for example, if you're just trying to learn the language, that's fine, but if you're trying to communicate with people, that's not a good idea. Because people will just look at you funny. And I mean, it's the same in all languages. Like, if you learn Spanish, but you speak Spanish from, like, the 1700s, either people are gonna make fun of you, or they're gonna ignore you. Or you'll get that one nerd that's like, what the fuck, how did you learn that? Because most people can understand the old versions of their language, as long as it's still the same language. Like, for example, English, you could, for English, if you talked Shakespearean, which is early modern English, most people will understand your pronunciation, but they won't understand, how you're using the words in context most of the time. But I mean, that's English from like almost 500 years ago. If you learn English from like the 1700s, which still uses like thee and thou and uses certain different constructions, including for example, the auxiliary verb to do is not generally used, and it is not a helping verb in older English. Most people will understand you, but they'll look at you funny. Some people will be fascinated. They'll be like, how do you speak like that? The King James Version of the Bible. Like, I can understand, for example, I was able to read Dracula in high school in its original form. And there's some very interesting, differences in English, even though it was written in the mid-1800s. For example, um, you would say, a common construction would be like, I dine not, which means I am not eating dinner. I dine not, I sup not, I lunch not, I break not the fast. That was like, I mean, the common man didn't speak like that, but that was the formal language of the time. Which, if you go back about another 50 to 100 years, that was common speech. And how we construct it how we construct those in modern English is we use do and then not, which is usually I don't, or I won't, or I am not. We use the auxiliary verbs, but even as far back as 170 years ago, we were using totally different constructions. Now, the interesting thing is that we can understand these perfectly as long as we have... If we hear it, we'll understand exactly what the person is saying. Maybe reading depends on the person's reading level, but the thing is like... It's weird that the language was used totally differently, but we could just understand it. And I mean, here's the thing as well. I grew up Christian. I'm not Christian, but I grew up Christian. I do not remember what the King James Bible is, but if I'm not mistaken, it is at least, like, still using a lot of archaic language. And by archaic, I mean stuff that you would find in the 17 and 1800s. But that may be less of a linguistic problem and more of a literacy problem, because literacy in the modern day is very poor, comparatively. And this is a thing around the world. It's not just in the English-speaking kingdom. Around the world, it is starting to become a problem. In Spain, it's really bad, actually. The Spanish language is actually changing now because people don't know the proper grammar at all. And potentially within the next 50 years, it's going to be very bad. Apparently made in the early 1600s, that would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense as to why people can't understand it. I mean, I can read non-poetic texts from the 16 and 1500s just fine. Shakespeare is where I draw the line, but Shakespeare was more poetic. How far back am I? Extremely. I'm just gonna quit. No, the idea about the Bible was that after the Middle Ages, especially because of the rise of Protestantism, due to Martin Luther. I mean, it took a while for Martin Luther's ideals to catch on, but when the church didn't have nearly as much power as it did, they decided that they wanted to allow the common man to be able to read the stuff. So, the 1600s King James Bible should have been accessible to the common man in the early 1600s, which basically means that if you're at least somewhat well-read, you should be able to understand it, as long as you're somewhat well-read and you have a decent vocabulary. The problem is nowadays, kids don't exactly have a lot of traditional vocabulary or traditional, I wouldn't say ideals, but traditional knowledge because of the rise of social media. So basically everybody is focused entirely on modernism rather than traditionalism, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. But the thing is losing access to content from earlier in history, not a good thing. Never a good thing when people can no longer understand historical things. Because history loves to repeat itself. And not having access to traditional media through ignorance is very bad. Which, by the way, interesting thing about that, which, any Japanese learners ask this question Japanese learners ask this question all the time. Why do they still use kanji? And it is specifically for that reason. Well, it's other things too, but specifically for the reason that if you switch to a different writing system, you lose access to essentially 95% of all historical texts, and they have to be translated. Like, the thing is that if even something written as far back as, like, 500... Wait, when did they start adopting kanji? Is it 500 or was it 700? Well, I mean, before the 11th century, they were using Chinese writings. That would be at least somewhat reminiscent of modern Japanese. The thing is that a Japanese speaker with a dictionary can still use that dictionary to understand texts from over 1,000 years ago. Because the meanings of the words have not changed. The words have changed, but the meanings have not. Whereas, like, in our languages, which use a... what the fuck do they call it? I think it is just literally an alphabet. With the alphabet, the thing is it becomes impossible to understand. It becomes impossible to understand the old language even as much as only a couple of 100 years. Especially if the language has changed a lot over time. So in case anybody wants to know why Japanese still uses kanji instead of using something that makes more sense, that is the entire reason. Overhauling the system, while more efficient, loses access to so much shit, and, like, I mean, imagine, it could take decades to, like, translate all of the text into a new writing system, but then, even then, the writing system won't be accurate enough to exactly, translate everything, because there's points in time where we don't even know exactly how the stuff is written, and the only other writing system for Japanese is phonetic. And it's basically gonna be a total mess. But if you are fluent in Japanese and you know how to use a dictionary, which, by the way, kanji dictionaries are kind of tough to learn how to use, but you can still use them. You can literally go to an ancient text from 1,000 years ago, and you can understand exactly what that text is trying to convey, even if you don't understand the old language. And you might say, like, okay, well, what about English? What if we use English? Okay. So, if we use English as a basis, You can do that for the words, but you will not get the verbs. You won't get the verbs at all. Because, English back then used strong and weak verbs, which we still have that system, but to a different extent. In case you want to know what is the difference between a strong and a weak verb, which still exists in English, by the way. You have, say, like, sing, sang, sung. And then you have work, worked. I don't know which one's which, but basically those two different verb conjugation systems are remnants of the strong and weak verb system that we used to have back in, I think as early as Old English. Well, but I'm not 100% sure if it's if it still existed in Middle English. Regular and irregular verbs. Nope. They're not regular and irregular. It's strong and weak. Irregular verbs are different. What they're taught, how they're taught in English, in modern English, is regular and irregular, but in reality, most of it is strong and weak verbs. Because they, because it's two systems, it's not one system, it's two systems. It's just one system took over. One system took over, and the other one is still used, but in different contexts. And now an example of an irregular verb, which, well, there's two that I can think of in particular. Both of these actually are in American English, but not in international. Or rather, no, not international. It still exists in Canada, so, like, British English. Gotten? So, like, in British English, you would say have got. But in a lot of dialects in American English, you would say have gotten. But we also use have got in different contexts. They're the same verb, but they're used differently. It is impossible to tell why they're different. They just are. Because I don't think anybody's really, like, studied it. Dived versus dove. In American English, dive in the past tense took on a different form. In British English, they say dived. But in American English, they say dove. Or we say dove. Those are examples of irregular verbs. But like sing, sang, sung, that is not... Those aren't irregulars, but they are considered irregulars because it uses the secondary verb system that still exists, but only with certain verbs. It's not just a sound change, they're dev'd, imagine. There was, a set of verbs that used both. What about learn, learned, and learnt? The learnt is a past participle, which you only use after the auxiliary verb. En buenas, pantalones cuadrados, ¿cómo andas? So, for most verbs in American English, we don't change the past participle. So, like, for example, in American English, we would say have learned. But, vientos and todo bien. It's a past participle, But in American English, a lot of times we don't use that. It depends on the verb, because in, like, burnt, for example, we'd say have burnt, or have been burnt. But in British English, most of the time, a lot of those verbs just end with a T. Whereas we tend to use them as states of verbs, depending on things like burnt. That's more of, if I were to guess, most likely that is just an accident that happened as a result of sound changes in English, because there's not much of a difference between burned and burnt. It's just that one is yeah, one is voiced and the other one isn't. I don't really know the exact differences between them. Because the thing is I speak American English. And, those verb tenses I never really needed to memorize, so I don't understand them very well. Ando con pies. Uy, 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 uy. Always ends in ED, irregular changes the way they are written. Yeah. But also the thing is that if you introduce the idea of strong and weak verbs, it just makes things even more confusing. Buenas. No tengo Honda, tengo Chevrolet. Tengo Chevy. Yeah, I would say I've never burned my hand. So when you say I never burnt my hand, what you're actually saying is I have never burnt my hand. In American English, I would say I've never burned my hand, but I would say these burgers are burnt. How I would say burnt is my hand has never been burnt. Okay. I'm really far ahead. Okay, English is weird. English is not that bad of a language. The only reason why it's, like, exceptionally weird to us is specifically because we speak it natively. In terms of difficulty, English is a very easy language to learn. Except for pronunciation. The reason why we say English is so hard, a lot of it comes down to our speech, because spoken English is very complex. Not grammatically, just, like, speech patterns in English are extremely complex because we have, like, 5 stress tones. And, hang on. Te encanta el inglés, pero pronunciarlo te mata totalmente. Pues es porque el habla inglés es muy complejo. muy, muy complejo, porque hay tonos del estrés. Hay 5. Ten en cuenta que en español hay 2. Átono y con estrés. Así que es muy difícil pronunciar algo en inglés versus español. Yeah, it's basically like because we have 5 different stress tones and like we have mutations with our pronunciations. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the implied meanings. Yeah, that's pretty normal. 1, 2, 3. Learn English, vamos por una torta ahogada. Imagina. Video games. Espera, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sí, mi idioma nativo es inglés. Soy angloparlante. Llevo 17 años aprendiendo español. Spanish is very direct. Yes and no. Spanish is extremely, Yo también. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tacos ahogada. So like, Spanish is direct, but also, heavy context. Sí. Spanish is context-based, so basic sentences, but the characters are impossible. That just takes time. But yeah, Spanish has a lot of implied context, and the thing is if you miss any of that context, you understand nothing of the sentence. It's less context-based than English, if I'm not mistaken, but the thing is that in English, you can miss words and understand what somebody says. In Spanish, no. If you miss words, you're fucked. With Japanese, learning the kanji, it's very easy, but also very hard. Just read. All you need to do is read. It just takes time. You will learn as you read, but the problem is it takes a lot of time because you have to learn a lot of characters. It's not hard, it just takes time. That's why they say that Japanese is like a tier 5 language, and it's only because learning to read takes a very long time. That is the literal only reason why they say Japanese is a hard language to learn. In reality, it's not. It's just a lot... It's just so different from our Indo-European languages that... it just takes a while. Plus, having to learn how to read is really tough. But by the way, it works in the opposite, too. Like, it takes a very long time for a speaker of Japanese or Chinese to learn how to read English because it's just a totally different and unique system. I body slammed too early. Come on, get it second try, dude. There we go. Okay, second try, not bad. Oh, come on, dude. Stop being a cock. Come on. Come on. I'll read that in a second. No. I'm losing a lot of time. And the name at the end of the sentence, the Japanese really had you wondering how to understand it at first. If you go from the ideals of speaking English, Japanese is backwards. There's no way I'm losing 7 seconds. I could still get a 1x.
I'm an evil scientist.
A scientist of it. To me, you'll always be a little bird.
Like Binding of Isaac. Isaac never played it. Oh shit. A Japanese sentence structure is understood backwards from English. I'm losing so much time, dude. It's at least 7 seconds, but it's probably gonna be like 10. I can save 2 seconds off of warp skip. I should have just went without the pausing. If I went without the pausing, I would be in a very easy position to get a sub. And get at least a sub, but nope. Oh yeah, I'm losing tons of time. Whoa, no! Oh. Whatever time I saved from doing that, I just lost. Well... Why didn't you jump? Come on, man. Whoa. Yo, Rach, thanks for the raid. You're just in time to see a run that can PB, but... Welcome, Raiders. Yo, Stu, my king. Do I like Pibbles? I don't know what that is. Fuck! No. Well, back to the start. Yo, Rach, I hope the stream went well. Baby French Bulldog? Oh, a Pibble, right. Pitbull. I mean, yeah. Yo, my King Stew. I saw you were on a good run yesterday, and then you just, then it was digging it. Yeah, I've been a bit antisocial the past couple of days. Mucha suerte, gracias. Gracias por la suerte. Game audio is pretty low. I did turn it up a little bit. I could turn up a little more. Stream was good. Wish you had a powdered jam donut. You should probably get one then. Just leave the console on for like 16 hours. I don't know how I quoted somebody, but okay. I wish I knew the reference. Get the nut. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't having the best couple of days. My brain was being really dumb for a couple days. So I kind of needed time to myself. Unfortunately. So, like, that, usually I'm showing up in streams. The past couple of days, I'm like, I can't show up in streams. I'm okay now. And, like, I mean, if in case anybody's like thinking that there was something just wrong with me, no, or something that happened that was bad, no. No, actually everything was just my head being really stupid. So, like, it just took a couple of days. I had to wait it out, and I also talked to my mom and stuff. Bad brain moment? Yup. Lobotomy? Yup. That's what we gotta do. It's really odd for me to have a moment like that. Because, like, I'm a pretty tough motherfucker. But, couple of things happened that reminded me of something that happened in the past. And I basically had to, tell my brain to fuck off. You got all the retro achievements of Pepsi Man, bro. Denshi playing only the best games possible. Fucking Pepsi Man. Pepsi for TV game! But no, I'm good now. Once my dad gets home, which this is both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunate for me, not so fortunate for streaming. I will be accepting doing a security position, and basically work alongside my dad for the summer. So, Pepsi Man was the shit. It was the shit. So yes, I will be temporarily employed Congrats. Yeah, thanks. It's only for the summer, though. It's $12 an hour. It's not bad. I don't know what my hours are gonna be. I just hope I get Fridays off. I don't care if I work weekends either, outside of Friday. I mean, you guys say congrats. This is like giga nepotism with like nobody is filling in the position. This is just nepotism. And probably something my dad would want to spend time with me because he's weird about socializing. That's crazy. Eh. This is fast for no reason. But yeah, I'll have a little bit of expendable income. Okay, with nepotism, yeah, that's true. I mean, as long as I make enough to be able to, like, that was dumb. As long as I make enough to be able to, like, do a couple of things I want to do, and at least, like, survive until the end of the summer, when, I inevitably have to go back to, classes and everything. I have Persona 5 Royal. I have Persona 3 Reload, and I also have, I have P4G, and I have, Persona 5 Royal. Thank you for playing. It brought you back to memory lane. Appreciate you. Thanks for the good luck again, MGG. Yeah, once I'm done with Twinsanity, I think, I'm gonna go through my Persona backlog and a couple of other things. And then, in the background, I'll be learning Spiral 1. Yeah, I'm losing time, but I mean, 120. Oh shit, you're doing Sunshine next? Oof. Good luck. Sunshine's hard. I wouldn't say it's the best controlling 3D platformer, but Sunshine is really good. It's my second favorite 3D Mario. Galaxy 1 will always have a special place in my heart. I never played through Galaxy 2, so I don't know how I really feel about Galaxy 2. I'm so far forward, holy fuck. You heard it has a really hard set? I wouldn't be surprised. Game's just hard in general. Good luck, thanks for the good luck. I need to delay that. Okay, alright, I lost a second to that. What?! Come on. Never wanted to do Persona speedrun? No. I'm not good at RPGs. I'm really bad at them. Is just Galaxy 1 but more bloated? Yeah, from what I remember, Galaxy 2 was supposed to be DLC and they just turned it into a full game. And for some reason, I've heard a lot of people prefer Galaxy 2 over Galaxy 1, and, like, I mean, when I played it, I'm like, okay, it's alright, but, like, I love Galaxy 1. It's my favorite Mario game. And then Sunshine is next. I still have not played Odyssey. Yeah, when I'm doing more casual stuff, I'm gonna do a schedule, which, I mean, I am assuming that I'm going to be done with Twinsanity before, like, mid-June. So I'm gonna give it another 2 weeks or so, maybe a month, and then I'll be learning Spiral 1 in the background once I'm done with Twins. And then while I'm doing that, I will stream stuff, and I'll probably say, like, I'll probably set things for, like, I don't know, fucking RA. Mario 64 does suck to play. It's not a bad game. It is fantastic for what it made. It's like the basis of almost all 3D games. A lot of the design choices used for, like, physics and stuff in 3D games came from Mario 64. But I can't say that it's, like, a favorite. I love Sunshine, though, and Sunshine's just fucking cool. Like, Sunshine speedruns are, like, crazy good. It's kind of gross. I mean, I've never played it, so I don't know. It looked like a pretty good game. I just, I didn't understand the hype behind it, because while it looked kind of cool, I mean, if I were to take a guess as to why it did so well, was because all the most modern games that come out, especially when Odyssey came out, were bad. I don't like rage compilations. I don't like watching people rage. It gives me secondhand embarrassment. But yeah, I think the reason why Odyssey did super well is because it is good comparatively to other games that came out around the same time. Now, I would probably attribute the same or similar to Breath of the Wild. But also, I've never played Breath of the Wild, and I'm not that good, or I'm not that big of a fan of those types of games. What is the fucking nut doing? Dislike Breath of the Wild, so empty, dead, dungeon puzzles were all you enjoyed. Yeah. See, what I liked about Twilight Princess is that even though it's like pretty open, the thing about Twilight Princess is that there's a lot to do in the in-betweens. And, like, once you get Epona, like, it's not that bad at all. I do like some of the puzzles, even though the puzzles are not that great. To rage period. If you even build up rage, you get off. That makes sense, yeah. I get frustrated when I'm doing runs. If I actually get upset, I usually stop. But getting upset also just makes me tired. In general. And makes me lose motivation. A lot of times, though, and I mean, like, I'm not saying this to, like, say that the majority of people that talk by the way, sometimes, or actually a lot of the times, what actually tends to make it worse is like, some people in chat. Not like most of the people that come in and talk. It's just the randos that come in and try to just kind of be spoiled sports. Because like it or not, and this is the reality, and by the way, for anybody that watches speedrunners, in particular, if you go in and you start annoying the streamer, it makes them play worse. And it makes them more frustrated. Some people deal with them in different ways. I usually just tell people, like, okay, you're going too far. And if they don't care, they lose their privileges. Speedrunning, like it or not, is like somewhere in the realm of like 70 to 90% mental. So the worse your mood is, the worse you're going to play. But unfortunately, the more you're going to want to finish, it's going to make things like will be it's not going to be recognized as an esport. And get party mode over with. I hate RNG. That's stupid. It's an art of extremes. I would say that speedrunning won't be an esport. I've said for a very long time, and by the way, like, say, GSA, General Speedster Assembly, tried to make speedrunning an esport, and one of the things that they did was they created, the Speedrunner Academy, which flopped really hard, where you could pay a speedrunner to teach you how to speedrun. There's two reasons why I knew that wasn't going to work, but that really pissed me off. One of the reasons is that you can't put a paywall behind knowledge in speedrunning. That is counterintuitive to how speedrunning works. And the other thing is that it causes a prestige. So that means that the person who you have to offer money to, psychologically, you will assume that that person knows more than the person who's offering it for free. The problem is that that's counterintuitive to speedrunning, because that's not how it works. A lot of the people that actually wanted to teach were not experts. They kind of sucked at it. Or they were just doing it for the money instead of, say, like, you know, how I do stuff where I always upload my shit and I explain everything as best as I can. Pay to win speedruns? Yes, that is actually, what speedrunning would turn into if it becomes an esport. Because what will happen is that you will have coaches, and the coaches will basically be the ones that block all of the knowledge and make sure that the only people that know the best things are those coaches, and teach them to the runners. So when a new thing is found, it will immediately be hidden. It will have to be hidden, because then in order to get ahead of the game, you need to know that stuff. And it would turn world records into races entirely. Now, for most people who don't know the inner workings of how speedrunning works, I know because I've been a speedrunner for 15 years, almost 16, by the way, is that competition does not drive speedrunning. The moment that competition is the only driving factor in speedrunning dies. Completely. Because speedrunning is a community effort. And a lot of people who have been very active and involved in a growing speedrunning community would know this a lot. Or you could just not pay a coach and do it yourself, imagine. But then you wouldn't be able to compete. That's what they would do. If you're not bringing the money, then you wouldn't be able to compete. And then nobody would watch you. But anybody that's been in a growing speedrunning community will know that, like, the times when things are most active are when new discoveries that are accessible to multiple people are found. A very good example, if anybody has seen Kylie's Crash Twinsanity thing, when any percent had the old dimension skip, everybody was running any percent. The world record holder changed like almost hourly for a couple of days. There has never been so much activity in Crash Twinsanity ever. So when that accessibility and those new things came to light, the community exploded with activity. And there were so many people who started running the game, so many people who wanted to learn other categories. Unfortunately, when something inaccessible was found that made it Dimension Skip suck balls, which was me, by the way, the game died within a couple of days. SM64, very good example. When Carpetless had a strat that worked, how many people started running 120 star again? A lot. There was a huge race. A lot more people started like actively running 120 star, mostly the upper crust. But think about that for a second. It's like when something new was discovered, which was a community effort, the game just transformed into something else because multiple people started running the game. It was like Olympics kind of stuff recognition that it is challenge worthy of being considered a sport. That is true. But speedrunning, I would consider more of an art form. More of a performance art, which can be considered a sport. But, in order for something to really become a sport, it has to be a sport, and that would require a lot of changes. Guide your mentality and training routines, but you'd have to pay for that. It would lock all those things behind paywalls. It would also kind of ruin the idea of, like, learning by yourself. What we do with speedrunning and how we get around that is through community. Tutorials, accessibility, and all that other stuff. And what ends up happening is that, say, like, you have some guy that says, oh, I want to be the next Worster or the next, like, Niftski or whatever. And a lot of times those guys get weeded out because they don't have the mental fortitude to do that. For free because for you, knowledge is free, and because knowledge is freedom. Yes. But that stops once one person decides to stop going for that. And that's what GSA was trying to do. That is exactly what GSA was trying to do. The thing is, I love speedrunning. I've always loved it. I think it's an amazing hobby because you learn a lot of things that, or at least I learned social skills through speedrunning. I learned, I gained lifelong friends, and I learned that I was actually good at something. Because when I was like, before I was a speedrunner, I wasn't really good at anything. I mean, I had a couple of things that I was, like, good at, right? But, like, the thing is I didn't have something that I thought that I would be, like, extremely good at. Speedrunning taught me that I was capable of doing good things and great things. Speedrunning helped me find out I was a really good glitch hunter. And that, you know, I didn't have to be alone in my life. Speedrunning gave me a lot of things. A lot of very positive things in my life. A lot of very negative things, too. Don't get me wrong. But it gave me a lot of positive things, and the thing is like, I really think that the way that we go about those things, which is community-driven, also gave me half a dozen controllers to be mad at. Wouldn't say half a dozen. Maybe, now that I'm thinking about it. I was about to say, if that rat hits me, I'm pissed. Why was that fast? I did one less slide jump. Okay. I'm gonna stop putting so much effort into, that first part of that. Speedrunning gave me a lot of things in my life, and I think it could do a lot of good things for other people. I just also kind of wish that people would, understand that competition doesn't drive speedrunning as much as people think it does. There's an ant crawling up my CRT, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to kill it. One, two. Shotgun. Imagine. I fucked up really bad with that. That was like a second, I think. Oh, yeah. That was really bad. Alright, where are you, you bastard? Oof. I think I missed him. Ooh. There we go. Pretty good. Alright, where's that bastard at? Ugh. Why is there spiderweb there? Go fuck yourself.
The rats are leaving the sinking ship.
Ugh. Okay. Let you go. Silent. Looks like we have to wring it out of him. Brio, get changed. 1, 2, 3. Ah, I fucked up. Maybe? My count was wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The real speedrunning are the friends we made along the way. Topical. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. One, 2, 3, 4. Why was I doing it with Brio? I have no mask. I was being careful. Trust me, I was being careful. Oh. Okay.
To the Psychotron!
What the fuck? Okay, yeah. Alright. So I found the optimization for Brio. This is fast. This is very, very fast. Low 446. Not the fastest I've done, but very close.
My crystals! Ruined!
There's a place, or
Only one person can help.
Brio goes into the water faster depending on where he goes into the water. So,
Made a few modifications
I'm not sure by how much, but
to my private dirigible. Set a course for
that's what I was checking.
enemy of evil.
Okay.
Come along!
You just got the weirdest thing ever? Tell me. Oh yeah, best seg incoming. Dude, massive, massive, whoa. Oh, you got the zombie soft lock. My mom. Oh. 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 Lock in. Oh, yeah. Be prepared. Be absolutely prepared.
Baby Cortex is all grown up. I see you found employment as a barber.
I'm an evil scientist.
A scientist, are we? To me, you'll always be a little bird.
Damn. Hang on. Okay, I'm local recording. My internet dropped for a second. Don't worry. I'm local recording, so we're not losing anything. Yo, Blord. What's up, my goat? Okay.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
No! Come on! Why? Why do you do this to me? Why do you do this to me, man? Dude, oh. That pace was insane. Welp. That sucks. So I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is, I will be able to save even more time off of that, Brio split. Bad news is, I don't know if we're going to get a perfect AoE again, like we just did. Because that was a really good AoE.
Come now, as we explore a new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Wonder if I could do this. Nope. That sucks. You know what? I'm gonna check something. I'm gonna check something really quickly. Day's been good. No, that was the first good run that I had. Oh, that's dumb.
Come now as we explore a new dimension.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time. The only thing I don't know about... Wait a second.
Come now as we explore a new dimension. It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
Ugh. I wish I could do the same fucking thing that I was doing before. It's really annoying too, because like I had... Okay. Crash's head isn't moving. What do you do this for? To skip the hug cutscene and also to be able to do, warp skip.
Come now as we explore a new dimension. It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
That didn't fucking work. How do you approach it? So what I do is what I do is I hold the A button so that way I can like get a jump. It buffers a jump while you still have speed. I'm gonna hold the right trigger and then just spam the A button and see.
A new dimension. Should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
I think I'm closer to going behind it rather than being in front of it. So I'm just gonna hold up on the right stick and then just mash the A button while holding backwards and see if that does anything. Because if that fixes the fucking issue, I'm doing this instead. Because I'm tired of fucking this up. How it actually skips the cutscene being played. So, Crash is being dragged into another chunk. Okay, that worked. So Crash is essentially being dragged into a different chunk. Basically being dragged into a chunk load. The 2 things that happen when you do a hug skip is you either jump on the same frame that you gain control, which means you have the speed of the game dragging you into that chunk, and then you do a double jump, so you skip the cutscene trigger. That's number 1. Number 2 is you don't do that, and you jump above the You jump above the cutscene trigger instead. Okay. I have a new means of doing this now. No! Damn it. Hang on. After I do this, I have to just reset the save. Okay. Hang on, let me redo the save. I'll do it one more time, and then I'm gonna go back to doing runs. I'm not going to fail. I'm not gonna fail it again. That's the one thing I'm glad about, is I'm not going to fail it again. Because I have a method now that seems to work basically 100% of the time. You used to wing the jump with the tempo. That does work, but only to a certain degree. At least now I'm not going to have issues. Because I really don't want to have issues with this shit. I'm tired of losing runs to things that I said would work. Dio, you just missed a crazy run. I saved a second off of my sum of best after Brio, and then I got close to best seg in AoE, and then I failed hug skip. I came up with a new method though. Stream timer says 11 minutes. Yeah, because my internet disconnected. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Why did I fail hug skip? Because I missed a jump. I wasn't holding the jump button when I was supposed to. So I didn't get the frame perfect, or rather like the buffered jump. And you spawn above the hug cutscene. The only problem is that if you only buffer the first jump, you still get the hug cutscene. So, so what ended up happening was I just failed hug skip, and when you fail hug skip and no dimension skip, your run is dead. Because you need, well, even if you can do Cortexless Antagony perfectly, well, I mean, there is technically, there's, like, if you're doing it without saves, it loses 8 seconds. If you do it with saves, you lose about, 3. And now your back is doing the fusion dance with your chair. Let's go, dude. But yeah, so, we're not going to fail, and now you could consistently get into the Amberley Arena? Nope. I don't think that's ever going to be fully consistent. Not on SSD anyways. Also, I did some talking with Axel last night, when I started feeling better. And, so I learned something that would be fairly interesting for Twinsanity. Even if we get the PC port based off of the PS2 version, most likely the phantom ledges and the floating point rounding will be the same as on Xbox due to x86 processing. So essentially, even if they port the PS2 version, we will be able to do all the Xbox ledges. As long as the tick rate remains at 50. If the tick rate goes to 60, the first thing the people are gonna do is patch slide glitch, and that is a no-no for speedrunning. Plus, if we play in 60 FPS, we can't do any percent. At least not the same way. And that would suck balls. So, what I'm hoping for is that... GG? There's no GG. But would it affect loading times? Yes. And my counterpoint to that is... why does that matter? I'm playing Twinsanity off a fucking SSD. This is not a disc. I'm not playing on my disc. I mean... oh yeah, this version is not my disc. Just make a mod that changes to what PAL would be. But then you're using a mod, and then fucking... The moderators are gonna cry and bitch and moan and be like, hey, it's not the vanilla game! It needs to be a different category! Thanks for the good luck, Master Stick. Which, to me, I'm like, who the fuck cares? Because at the end of the day, I don't care what anybody says. At the end of the day, the moment that we have a PC port for Twinsanity is the moment that all console runs for Crash Twinsanity die. Because playing the PC port would essentially mean almost the same thing as it would mean basically the same thing. Is anyone planning to do... somebody's doing a recomp. The Xbox version has been ported into assembly, but nobody's doing anything with it. But, like, I am being 100% serious when I say console runs will be dead at that point. You're doing recomp? Nice. My only ask is if you want the thing if you want the thing to be speedrun viable, do not change anything. Make sure that it is as one-to-one with the original as possible before adding the before adding all of the like PC port changes. That's the only ask. Even if you have to hack some things in to get that. But like, if the thing is as one-to-one as the original as possible... Now, if you're using the PC version, or the PS2 version, most likely some collision stuff will be different because it would be based off of the floating point rounding of the Xbox, so you would get Xbox ledges. Yes, there's 4x3 and the 16x9 options. Lag, who gives a fuck? Loading times, who gives a fuck? None of the game code will be touched. Just any PS2 functions. I mean, I will say this. As long as well as... I mean, so here's the thing. I don't know if loading screens have, like, a cap. The boat does have a loading cap. But if there's a loading cap... What's the difference between PS2 and Xbox ledges? There are no PS2 ledges. Only Xbox ledges. Well, there's one PS2 ledge, I think. But basically how it works is that the way coordinates work is there's division that happens between the bits that creates things in between integers. For example, you can have like a whole bunch of spaces between 1 and 2. Yo, hold on. Yo, Sin, thanks for the raid. Buenas, Seith. ¿Cómo andas? Bienvenidos, raiders. Gracias por el raid. Division of the beats. So essentially, like, the processor of the OG Xbox versus the PS2 is different. So essentially, Crash will have different quote-unquote, Also, how did your stream go, Sin? There will be different combinations of floating point values where, like, in between Crash's movements. So what happens with these phantom ledges is that Crash will accidentally land on a floating point value where the collision meets, and it allows him to land on it. The only thing is that this is caused by calculation errors. You have to essentially be perfect when you land on them. The thing is there are some ledges which are mostly consistent, and then there are some ledges where Xbox is more consistent because of the way its floating point rounding works. Like this, for example, is way more consistent than on PS2. Like, at most, you fail that 4 times, and then you will land on it on the 5th time. At most. On PS2, it could take you 100 jumps. So that's what Xbox ledges are. It's just floating point rounding differences, and if the game goes into the PC, gets a PC port, it will most likely work the same because of the x86 processor. So even if it's the PS2 version, because it's not the version that causes it, it is the console that is doing the calculations for the collision and coordinates. So that is the technical explanation of how Xbox ledges work. Is just that there's just calculation differences between PS2 and Xbox, and 90%, like 99% of scenarios where there's differences will work in the Xbox's favor. There are 2 instances where they don't. One of them was the old Splash teleport for any percent, and then the other one is one random ledge that is super hard to land on. La versión de clásico ¿es compatible? No, no es compatible. Sin mods, no. You're not sure what category you'd like to play? Honestly, if we have a PC port, just play all of them. At that point. Y sí, bienvenidos Raiders. Obviamente puedo hablar español. No es mi segunda lengua. Am I fluent in Spanish? Define fluent. I wouldn't consider myself fluent. I can speak it. I like Sin. Sin learned both in childhood. I learned Spanish as a... Would keyboard and mouse? Fuck no. Absolutely not. No, Sin learned both as a child. So he speaks English, basically like a native language. Even though his native language is Spanish. I speak Spanish as a foreign language. Twins with keyboard and mouse would be so bad, yes. I tried, labbing movement with D-pad. No. No, it was bad. I use D-pad sometimes, but very rarely. Pero sí, no es que soy fluido en español, pero es como... Pues soy B2. Así que... puedo conversar. Puedo conversar y explicar algunas cosas. Pero no soy fluido exactamente en español. Porque lo sé como segunda lengua. No como lengua extranjera. Hay diferencias entre segunda lengua y lengua extranjera. Es que normalmente segunda lengua es como... lo sabes... o sea, lo has aprendido en la infancia. O sea, funciona como una lengua materna. Pero las diferencias son de... ¿Cómo se dice? Es obvio que no es tu lengua materna normalmente. Yeah, so like I was saying, I don't know Spanish as a second language, but rather as a foreign language. But it's because second language is a misnomer. Basically, basically a second language is a language that you learn that you're almost native in because you learned it through external factors in childhood. Native language is the language that your parents taught you when you were a baby. And a second language is a language that you absorbed after your mother tongue. It gets a little muddy if your home is bilingual, because it is essentially impossible to know what your parents really did when you were a kid and which language you absorbed first. But usually it's the mother tongue of the parents. And how they call a person who learned a language through their parents, but their environmental language was different, they usually call them heritage speakers, at least in Spanish. And you can usually tell when somebody's a heritage speaker because they will either use old slang or have trouble communicating with native speakers as a result of not knowing trends and culture. It is fascinating. But no, I learned Spanish as a foreign language in my teens. However, I have some traits that, it's hard for people to tell I'm an English speaker when I speak Spanish, unless somebody is extremely familiar with American accents. Because, like, my accent in Spanish is really good, and my grammar is good enough to where it's difficult to kind of gauge. But I more or less exhibit the same traits as a B2 speaker when I speak in Spanish, but a lot of people don't know when I only speak a little bit and not a lot that I'm not a heritage speaker of Spanish. A lot of people kind of assume that I learned Spanish in the household because of my pronunciation. Es que mucha gente se equivoca en que he aprendido español por mi familia, pero no es así porque no tengo familia hispanohablante. Soy el único que sabe español en mi familia. Supongo que puedo decir que por coincidencia he aprendido español así. 1, 2. You'll probably be running by the time it's real. We'll see.
Yummy fresh meat for my pot.
Short one. Long one. There we go. Crazy improv. I got slide glitch there. I'm just gonna do the long jump. Damn. Wow, this is really fast. Almost a sub 120. That's not bad. If I did the extra slide jump, I probably would have gotten a sub 120. I just didn't want to. So now we are going to test, we're going to test doing 3 in a row with, we're gonna test doing 3 in a row with, Brio. If I get a crazy best seg here, that's gonna be why. Brio, get changed. I'm like, what? I am less than 2 seconds off of summer best. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That took really long. I think I lost time from that, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. That was fast. What's going on with Brio? I'm testing a strat to speed him up. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That was fast. The first one was very slow though, so 1, 2, 3, 4. The first one was very slow, so I don't think I'm gonna save any time from it. Let's see, when does... I am about the same time as last time. I mean, it's not gonna matter that much if I mess up this movement, but... Okay. I am a... I don't know. Am I behind? Dude, okay, yeah. I lost a second because of bad movement there. Yep. That sucks.
Monster, let my brother go.
What the hell is my best here? 553, dude. That's crazy. Because not only did I get... Not only did I get, like, not only did I, like... I didn't just go fast, I caught an earlier platform cycle, which meant that I saved a lot of time. Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy of Evil! So I think I'll get a 53? Yeah, I'm gonna get about a 53. Or I mean a 55. I'm not gonna get much faster than a 553, though. Ooh, I got an early cycle on that one, too. Cool. Okay. How does this go? Bad. Fuck off! I'm not pausing for the body slam strat. I mean, I've lost like 8 seconds. That sucks. Nah, I'm not taking that. It's a shame because if I did warp skip, if I got warp skip that one time, or hug skip that one time, like, I would have gotten, like, a crazy, it would have been a pretty crazy time. Because I was on track for, I was on track for a, like, if I did a really good warp skip, I would have gotten, what time would I have gotten? Trying to think here. Is there differences between that? Very minimal. Most of the differences are not actually version differences. Most of the differences are just caused by, differences in the consoles themselves. The only one version that's difference that really matters is the boat. The boat it has a loading cap on PS2 and it doesn't on Xbox, so if your loads are fast enough, you almost don't even get to see the boat. But on PS2, there is a cap of like 3 seconds. Everything else is essentially just differences in like calculation and processing of collision, or not collision, but coordinates. It's still better to run on Xbox. Menu looks better, menu's not really that different. You just have different buttons. Dio the goat. Yeah, you'll get to see version differences. I did a write-up too. Was the most popular? Yes. The reason why PS2 was more popular, though... The reason why the PS2 version was, completely dominant over Xbox was because we assumed slide glitch was a version difference and not a frame rate difference. So, but that's because everybody on Xbox played in 60 Hz regardless of which version they played on. So, it basically meant that the PS2 was the meta for a long time. The Xbox has only been meta for... Xbox has only been meta for about 4 years. But the thing is, which kind of was really stupid, was that, the thing that was really stupid was that, the meta... Like, everybody knew the Xbox... Playing on Xbox was the play, but nobody wanted to switch until me and Kylie made that switch. Dio, I think, already had... he was already playing on Xbox, so he didn't care. Sloths was also playing on Xbox, but, there wasn't that much pushing until about 2022. 2022 was when Xbox started just dominating, but, it was mostly because, unfortunately, any of the top runners did not want to make the switch. Joe didn't want to make the switch. Smartkin was ready to make the switch, but he got lazy, and he was also, he was finishing uni at the time. And then he got forced to do military service, and now he just doesn't care. Noah disappeared. When he came back, he made the switch to Xbox, but he stopped short of getting the sub 11 in any percent. Sustain also made the switch. I'm not sure when, but he did make the switch to Xbox. Of course, myself and Kylie made the switch to Xbox. Stu made the switch to Xbox eventually. Xbox is just a meta. Because of Xbox ledges, which... entirely based on calculation of the floating points, so you just end up landing on the right floating point values on Xbox for very specific ledges. And it's very specific. The majority of them are the same. I used 2 Xbox ledges on, in no dimension skip in any percent. One of them is coming up. This is an Xbox ledge. Because on PS2, that's like between a 1 in 25 and a 1 in 100. On Xbox, it's like, it's not, at worst, you miss it 4 times, and then you will land on it on the 5th try, as long as you don't miss. But the chances that you landed on your 2nd try are very high. The chances that you will land it on your 3rd try are extremely high. And then 4th try is like is well above 90%. And the chances of landing it on your 5th try are like 99.9%. Because you thought Nina's room might... Nina's room? What do you mean by Nina's room? You mean for NDS? The game crashing there in all levels? Oh, right. I mean, that's why we do the death abuse, right? Yeah, are you glad that you swapped to Xbox? It really sucks because there's still a lot that we don't know about the Xbox version. Because the PS2 version has been, the PS2 version has been, like, studied to death. The Xbox version is, like, totally different. There's one thing that really sucks about the PS2 version is that it kills your facing angles sometimes. That is something that's really stupid. Where, like, you will hold a direction and then you just can't walk anymore. That's a corruption that can happen in the game on PS2. It doesn't really happen on Xbox. At least to my knowledge, it doesn't. Oh, come on. I moved to the left, game. Come on. If there's any bug that gets fixed in the recomp, I hope that's it. I still think that people should just use the Xbox version, because the Xbox version has already been converted into assembly. But, I mean, everybody's gonna choose the PS2 version over the Xbox version, which I don't get. I grew up with the Xbox version. I think it looks better. It plays better, too. PS2 looks way too plasticky. Meat riding, I wouldn't call it that. Probably nostalgia. once you switch to Xbox for speedrunning, it's kind of difficult to go back to PS2, at least console. Emulators okay, but it's still not as good as Xbox. The game feels a lot better on Xbox than it does on PS2. I shouldn't have held forward. I should have held upright. I don't like subscribing to the us versus them mentality. I think us versus them is stupid. Really stupid and very easy to manipulate. I mean, if Joe returned on Xbox, he probably would be... I think he could at least get a 107. Maybe a 106. Maybe a 106 hundo. He could at least get close to Dio's any percent. Joe's never playing on Xbox, I know. He said that he's not going to play on Xbox, which is a shame, because game plays better on Xbox. A PC port? Yeah. Maybe. I know Pete will play the PC port. I convinced him. He will die by PS2? Yeah, until his disc gets disc rot and then he can't play anymore. That is a thing. It's something we're going to have to be mindful of in the next 10 to 15 years, is disc rot. It's happening to PS1 games. And Sega Saturn games. And some Dreamcast games. Like, disc rot is a real thing, and it is going to massively affect speedrunning in the next decade. Like, I mean, back when Crash Twinsanity was still, like, kind of in its infancy for speedrunning, the game was only 10 years old. It's 20 years old now. Physical discs do not last a very long time. Cartridges last a lot longer, because a lot of the components are internal, and you can kind of, like, replace and clean the pins very easily. Disc rot, you can't exactly do much about. So, like, essentially, the way to replace them would be ODEs, optical disc emulators. Which they're making ones for PC, or like older PCs, which uses the same, it uses the same infrastructure as the OG Xbox, so we might get an ODE for the OG Xbox soon. But still, the problem is that physical components are only going to go so far. And I was talking with Axel about this yesterday. And, like, I watched a video on, the M64. Not the N64, the M64, which is one of those, FPGA, whatever they're called, like, chipsets that emulate other chips. Essentially, you are getting something that is closer to, a fully accurate console. But the problem is that those are expensive, and you still need your physical hardware to use them. Like, I think the M64 and the Analog 3D are, like, $260. PS1 FPGA is like $400. Exactly. Those things are expensive as fuck. Like, but the thing is as a lot of the tech is changing, that's going to be what's most accessible. And speedrunners, a lot of speedrunners being traditionalists, unfortunately will say, like, okay, this is close enough. We don't have access to the real thing anymore. Let's do this because we're not going to do emulators. Emulators should never be faster. So that's like the next best thing. We thought the PS TV was bad. Yes! It's gonna get worse! It's gonna get way worse in the next 10 years. The price of things are going to skyrocket. Because the components are going to start really dying. PS2 hasn't really died because we have access to replacements for a lot of the components. But we don't have replacements for discs. OG Xbox is dying because we don't have those, like... We don't have those. You have been learning to solder. Yes, but not everybody can learn how to solder. So now it really kind of... It's starting to reach a curve where like, at what point does the what's it called? At what point does accessibility become too bad for new runners to access the game? We're closer to that than we think. Because a lot of these issues are happening now. The problem is that a lot of speedrunners are traditionalists. Give back to the community by soldering. Backup PS1 discs are easy enough. Yes, but apparently some gamers aren't happy with it. Also, yes. The biggest issue is that a lot of these things are gonna be less... Look, they are not catering to speedrunners, they are catering to collectors. And, people that want to relive nostalgia. Which is fine, that's not a problem. The only thing is for speedrunning as a hobby, those replacements are not good enough. But they are going to be sought after, because when one thing becomes impossible to find, they're gonna pick the next best thing rather than the, They're gonna pick the next best thing instead of, like, the actual, instead of things that make a lot more sense. I personally do not think emulators are the play, because the problem is emulators are still somewhat illegal, have some legal ramifications, and the problem is the further up you go in the generations, the more powerful of a PC you need in order to play things accurately or well, the more power you need in your PC. PC ports create a very happy medium because you have control over how faithful it is to the original. If you have access to the code, you make it as faithful to the original as possible with a couple of other things, you know, changes that you approve of. And the thing is the power you need to be able to play stuff like this game, you could run on a really shitty, laptop and it'll run just fine. If it had a PC port. You could boost it up to 2K on hardware from like 15 years ago almost. So the thing is that, and also the amount of money you'd have to spend to be able to do it is not much. It's way cheaper than having to buy, like, physical stuff. I mean, maybe buying an OG Xbox and the stuff is probably cheaper than buying, like, a laptop, but at the same time, most people have laptops or phones that could literally, like, get the job done. And emulators just aren't going to cut it, because how the fuck are you supposed to run the Xbox version of Twinsanity when you need a pretty powerful PC to run it well? You can't run it on Xbox. This drive was bad, you returned it? Yeah, that was a bad move. But having access to a fan-made PC port, which would be leagues more accurate than official stuff, is the way to go. I think accuracy is way more important than whether something is official or not. Because mind you, this playing CTR on PSP, CTR literally runs 4% faster. It runs 4% faster than the original game. They allow it because it was an official port. Super Mario Sunshine. You were waiting for the PSP call out? Of course I'm gonna call it out, because that's stupid as fuck. Like, loading times? Sure. I'm fine with loading time differences, but it runs faster? Like in Sonic Adventure, for example, we do have that, but the thing is we go by in-game time anyways. We track the in-game timer. So even though it runs faster, your runs are not actually faster. Because the in-game time is still running at that higher frame rate anyways, so who cares? PAL Bash on PS3 runs like it has issues with its frame rate and its frame limiter. It's been banned. Super Mario Sunshine, I think they used to allow the Switch version, even though the Switch version has an emulator-exclusive glitch, because they use a shitty emulator that allows you to finish the Manta Ray part of, I can't remember which level it was, but it was the Boo level, the hotel or the casino. Like, that was an emulator exclusive glitch, but because it was official, it was allowed for runs, and I'm just sitting here thinking like, dude, just don't fucking allow it. Who cares if it's official? If it's shit, who cares? Who the fuck licensed the damn thing? If you have something that is more accurate than what the companies can dish out, you should use the thing that's more accurate instead. We're not in 2025, we're not in 2015 anymore. We're not in 2013 anymore. Because back in 2013, like those things, I will tell you, they allowed it just to shaft PSTV runs? Damn. Instead of splitting boards? I understand that because PSTV sucks. Don't allow it in a fix the emulator. Is also the most approachable version. Good. There is something that Axel always brings up when we talk about this. Well, a lot of people probably don't know about Doom speedrunning, which Doom speedrunning is essentially like what created speedrunning in general. Is that they had a debate whether they were allowed to use source ports or not. Because they had access to the source code. So they could compile it themselves. Here's the thing. Is that when they allowed the source code, the source code ports were close enough to where you could still run the WADs perfectly fine on basically any port. But the source ports were a lot more accessible. So they allowed it even though it was fan-made. And you know what? Just ban emulation? Actually, no. Emulation isn't the issue. It's bad emulation from official ports. The issue isn't with emulation, it's traditionalism over modern. Like, I will give you an example why we have emulator splits and all of this stuff, and it's gonna make perfect sense. So there was an emulator for Crash 2, and actually I used to run on this emulator because my laptop was trash. But the thing is it actually ran faster than the original game. Called PSX Gin. $200 deep for one game, yeah. So, basically, a lot of emulators didn't run correctly, did not emulate any type of lag. Sometimes they had emulator-specific glitches that were not one-to-one with the original games. This was back in 2010. Some N64 games, PS1 games, PS2 games were really bad. It shouldn't be allowed. At this point, it should be an entire iceberg. No, I think the mindset should shift. Because these days, like, this was back in 2010. In 2026, emulators are really accurate. Like, they're not perfect, but they're really accurate. Yes, they still have advantages over console, but we have the tools necessary to make them equal, as long as they're accurate enough. No, Denshi has a good point. I'm not saying he doesn't have a good point. Mind you, he's not a speedrunner. My point is that instead of looking and focusing on all these other things, because a lot of the ideals towards emulation make emulators a separate category. There are problems with that too. That causes extra ego, because what a lot of people do when categories are separate is that somebody will get the emulator record and say, look, I'm just as good as the other one, when they're not. They will use that as an ego spike to essentially say, look, I'm better than this person because I got the record here. And it's like, when that person goes to that, they destroy it immediately. Of course, this would happen regardless of whether you separate the emulators, but it wouldn't be justified for them to say it. Just like saying Joe has PS2 record on Twinsanity would make no fucking sense. Because if I played on PS2, I would destroy his time. Plain and simple. So, separating them adds another layer of weirdness. But there's other methods and things we can do that because the issue with emulation has always come from the idea that when speedrunning and a lot of these decisions were made, which a lot of them were over a decade ago, these decisions were made when it made sense to either ban the emulators or separate them. Because back in the early 2010s, back in the mid 2010s, a lot of these emulators just weren't good. I've seen it. Unfortunately, it's dumb. I don't think it should matter, but a lot of people do think it matters. It's really dumb. There was actually, there was a, thing that happened in Crash 2 where the best player was running on emulator. And he was fantastic at the time. Versus an analog runner before we had analog calibration glitch. And it caused a massive rift in the community, which caused so much toxicity. And the worst part was that both of those runners did not want any of it. But it got really bad. Oh, we should allow drugs in sports? I don't think we should allow drugs in sports because that's a performance enhancement. That's different. Emulators, the only advantage you really get from allowing emulation is you get like consistent frame timing. So your inputs, dropped inputs are less likely to happen. Backwards compatible PS3. Yes. Accessibility should be a massive factor. Emulators do updates, which introduces new inconsistencies. Well, see, we could do, all you need to do is just make sure to test the emulators. That's all you need to do. Once it gets approved, you can use the new version. Until it gets approved, you use the old version. Have different versions approved, yeah. Because every emulator does affect games differently, and there are certain games which should not be allowed for runs because of emulation errors. I jumped too early. Really fun to speedrun sub 38, but you're not calling it legitimate? Interesting. Or entire emulators are not allowed. Pepsi Man is EPSXE? Those rules were made back in 2015, my friend. We have DuckStation now. EPSXE sucks. It has always sucked. At least do Mednafin or like DuckStation or EPSXE only glitch for medieval and it's standard for runners to use. And you know the worst part about that, Dio, is that actually still fucking works on I believe that glitch also works on the emulated version in the remaster. Runs and looks fine. So the difference, the reason why I don't bring up RetroArch is not because, Zebra, yeah. BizHawk, yep. Mednafin. RetroArch, the reason why I don't bring up RetroArch, what kind of summer job did I get? Security. Working at a campground. So most of the time I'll be like driving a golf cart or like checking security cameras. It's my dad's job, too, so I will be working with my dad. On an updated version, what would you do in that situation? Why can't it be executed? because it was an emulator exclusive glitch, or is it because lag is more properly emulated on the newer version? Because if it's just that lag is, if lag was not emulated correctly, and then on the newer version it was emulated correctly, what would happen in that situation is that those runs would not have been on the boards in the first place. They would not have been allowed. Or they would have been on a separate board. Emulation updates don't exactly... those don't occur anymore. They don't occur on, like, boards where games are speedrun on emulator. Like, maybe the Switch emulator, but then nobody runs on Switch emulator, even though Switch emulator is actually fairly accurate. Nobody runs on Switch emulator. This would never occur on anything Gen 7 or Gen 6 and below. This would happen on Gen 7, Xbox 360, PS3. But, then they would be separate categories. Is there any metric to widescreen option in the game graphics settings? Not on Xbox. You have to change it on, you have to change it in the main menu. It's unfair. Yes. That's also true. Cheating is hard to do. Unless the game is new, cheating is really hard to do, because if there are people who have a lot of knowledge, we'll be able to figure out if somebody's cheating or not. If a new update doesn't allow somebody to get a record, how most games that have different updates deal with it is usually they specify what update they're on. Usually that's how that's treated. With emulation, it's a little different, but then again, like I said, you wouldn't get many emulation-specific glitches, and if they are, most likely they would be banned, or the category would be separate just because of that. If it's lag-related, then it probably wouldn't matter, because it just wouldn't happen in the first place. Because a lot of times, if lag is not emulated correctly, it's usually a detriment. Good example, Donkey Kong 64 VC can't do certain orange clips because of the fact that they require a lot of lag, but VC doesn't have that. They are completely different runs, because lag is such an important part to N64. So VC is just a different game. But most of the time, emulators just are not, really considered. Like, if we allowed these inconsistencies for the sake of it being emulator, not 100% accurate, it would put previous record efforts to waste. Not really. If you are good enough to get a record, and the only thing that stands between you and having that record is one little difference in the run, you are being a little bitch. Or if a version difference means you can't get the record. You do not... There's nothing... You do not deserve a record, you earn a record. Like, plain and simple, you do not deserve first place, you earn it. If you can't get it, or if something changes where you can't get it and you decide, I'm not going to do this anymore, it is your fault you don't have the record anymore. Because metagames change all the time. If you say that things have gone to waste just because the metagame changes, then, like, it's your own fault. I'm sorry. Speedrunning right now is a mess of tangled wires and destroyed papers. It's always been that way. You have a bunch of, like, autistic people in the same community, but it just keeps growing and growing. You're gonna get cesspools and stupidity. I am not, by the way, an exception to that rule. I'm just saying, I'm just telling it how it is. When you get a bunch of people who have levels of autism and, like, issues socializing and a bunch of other things, when you put those types of people together in the same room and you don't have somebody that can, like, at least keep the order, things get very messy. This is why toxicity is huge in a lot of larger speedrunning communities. Because, like, you have a bunch of people that, like, have egos and, like, this and that, and, like, saying this is how you're supposed to play and all this other thing. We basically ruin everything. I wouldn't say we ruin everything. It's just that a lot of people don't know how to keep themselves in check. If you could keep yourselves in check and then try to understand the other person, boom, easy. And I can tell you where this works very well. Smaller speedrunning communities. 10 hardware versions of the PS2, I mean, we have that. You buy the one that works the best. That's what you do. There's more than 10 hardware versions of PS2. There's 4 base versions. Technically 5, because there are 10Ks that came out in Japan. There's the 30Ks, the 50Ks, the 70Ks, and the 90Ks. Also PSTV, which is technically a 90K. I got an instafall, and I still got that. Okay, that's weird. What? Okay. You're doing Eminem Shell Shock? Let's go, dude. It's a similar debate to when we swapped from PS2 to Xbox. The people that purchased an OG Xbox and wanted to actually run the game and try to push it were the ones that succeeded over the previous ones. The ones who stayed on PS2 stopped running the game or didn't adjust. Couldn't keep up. The way that we could fix this is PC port. Then we can monitor everything. And then we could just basically know whether the game's legit or not, and then everybody can run, and you don't have any issues. It solves basically all of the problems. And then people would say, well, what about console? Nobody's gonna run the fucking console versions on Crash Twinsanity because nobody fucking runs Twinsanity. All of the people that run on console will switch to PC. Well, then why don't you separate the boards? Well, if you separate the boards, there will be boards that just will die because nobody's gonna run the console versions. Because in the next 10 fucking years, nobody will have access to anything but emulator. But why would you play on emulator when you could play on the PC port? Why would you dish out, like, $200, $300 for a console and a capture card? Or why would you play on an emulator when you could just play on a PC port? That's more accurate. It runs better. You can use whatever controller you want, and you don't need to give a shit. Because like it or not, and I'm gonna say this right now, Crash Twinsanity has basically no active runners. PC ports are the future. Yes, Sloth speaks the truth. Hello, Sloth. You're gonna win today. I believe in you. If someone has a slow PC on the PC port, no, not happening. What will they be counted? It depends on what the change is. But in order to play Crash Twinsanity, you would need something. Boston in your chat is working on a decomp for Time Splitters 2. Yo. So this is how that would basically work. But also bear in mind, in order to play Crash Twinsanity on a PC at full speed, you would need a mid-grade PC from 2007. Okay? Possibly even earlier. That the PC has to run Twins, it also has to be running OBS too. See, that is true. But in order to run Twinsanity, you need to have a something that is the equivalent of like at least a 2007 mid-grade PC. Now OBS takes more. But I mean, if you really want to run Crash Twinsanity on a shitty fucking device, just record it with your phone, or, like, use a tablet or something. That's all you gotta do. Basically, the majority of people have access to the ability to record their runs. And if you say, well, that could also cause cheating, the thing is like, it probably won't, because the people that have the knowledge will be checking those runs, and it is not easy to get past knowledgeable people. Need to keep your 10 Chrome tabs open? Skill issue. That is, that's speedrunning in a nutshell. But yeah, PC ports just basically dominate everything. Yo, Hooper. PC ports will just dominate literally everything. Fair. Trust me. Because here, I will tell you what's gonna happen. Because I know what's gonna happen in speedrunning. I know exactly what's gonna happen. What they're going to do is, once disc rot becomes a thing, and then physical media is gonna be too difficult, they're going to switch to either FPGA consoles, which cost like a ridiculous amount of fucking money, or they're going to switch to, ODEs. And when the things that are going to make access to those basically impossible, they're going to try to switch to the analog stuff. Fully. Bitfuck Megadong browser in the Big 26, true. But you basically go from that to, like, eventually when you're all out of options, you switch to the PC port. But by that time, speedrunning is long since dead. Like, this would be the track of, like, 40 years or something. And by that point, like, any hope for salvaging a speedrunning community is gone. But instead of that, before 2030, if we start having PC ports that are managed, everybody can basically fucking speedrun. Nobody has to purchase all these, like, fancy fucking equipment. Nobody has to do any of this or that. It's well maintained, and you basically can also find ways to equalize runs, so that way the ones that already have the equipment can still play on the equipment they want to play on. That way, basically, you have everything equal, or close to equal, and you're still allowing newcomers to come in, and you basically have levels of access to those things. The only things that maybe these PC ports have, like, specific glitches because of, say, like, faster loading times or higher frame rates or whatever, those can either be managed or just not allowed. It's not that big of, like, a deal, and it's not that big of a conversion. Because the people that will complain about having the PC ports allowed will switch to the PC port and be like, why the fuck did I care in the first place? I remember Ouija was talking about that, about SM64. He's like, he started playing the PC port. He's like, dude, this just feels so much better. There's less input lag. I can use my own controller. It just feels so much nicer. Why do we care? There's no differences other than lag and loading times. But when he made the statement, everybody lashed out at him. But all of it was just like, console should be number one. There were no actual arguments against using the PC port other than console should be better. Red Hot Explode. If you saw a PC port get allowed, oh, that would be so fucking funny, dude. But yeah, it's not... If you really look at it, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. Like, the whole CTR, like, boards being merged crash out was really stupid. Because it's like, dude, who cares? Like, yes, there's a vocal minority that did not want the boards to be merged. And I saw a lot of people were taking it out on other mods, and I thought that was really dumb. I didn't like that. I thought that was bad. Now, they had a decent reason. They said the polls are not exactly very, they're not reliable, which is true. Polls are not exactly a very reliable way of making, rule changes. That's true. That's fair. If AI became sentient and started being VTuber speedruns, will they be allowed? No. Not that AI would ever be capable of doing so, but no. Those would be considered tool-assisted, but again, AI is not smart enough to speedrun. Speedrunning is incredibly complex. Now, here's the thing. Well, like, I know that's a joke question, but I'm going to be extremely fair. An AI would assume that every run is the same every time. Speedrunning has never worked that way. Welcome back, Flowers. Speedrunning, like, you have, like, fluctuations in calculations, including frame timing and all this other stuff. Speedrunning will never be consistent enough for an AI to actually learn how to play at a level that would match a speedrunner. Unless it's a very simple game like Super Mario Brothers. Which, by the way, I don't know if anybody actually has been following that. Unfortunately, the community bullied Niftsky. AI ruined Rocket League makes sense because of geometry. AI can do geometry really well. So if anybody didn't know, Niftsky basically got bullied out of the community with his methods that he was using for trying to match the TAS. Reads memory from RAM, maybe. Still wouldn't be allowed. But by the way, there was another person, and he got the TAS tie from 4-2. Which is massive. That's like basically a third of the run. We are going to see a tie within the year. 2026 is going to be the year we see the first full game speedrun tie on a on something that's not a meme game. We're going to see it. We're going to see it this year. No, I can't wait for that to happen because, like, that's going to be awesome. It's a mid-27. I lost a second. Get out of my way. That's another half second lost. Mario's kind of epic, yeah. Backstepping on their decision once Niftsky got another world record. Yeah, that was bullshit. I really don't agree with that because, like, dude, the dude, yeah, you don't just fucking backstep on it. You don't know what those mods are on. Okay. Oh. Essentially, it had something to do with him switching input methods, in case anybody wasn't aware. Because he was getting a, certain... No, I meant more for other people. He was getting, better results from switching input methods. Yeah. So, so initially they said it was perfectly fine, but then they backpedaled on it once he got another record. Niftsky is now running SMB3, which sucks, because the thing is this guy is, like, probably if we didn't have that, we would have had the TAS tie at this point. I'm pretty sure. If they didn't backstep on it. And you know what? I'm gonna go back to say this is another, like, traditionalist thing. Of saying you have to use exactly original hardware, you have to use exactly this or that. And it's like, well, no, he kind of doesn't. Who cares if he switches input methods? Because one is better than another. As long as he's not manipulating hardware. He's in a relationship with someone on the mod team, which is even more bullshit. Who cares? And the worst part is that if they backtrack now, it creates a community rift. If you could do it on original hardware, it's not necessary. He was on original hardware. He was just using a different input method for like specific parts of the run. Because he got more results in one way. That's dumb. That's really dumb. Nitsky ran on emulator? I thought he ran on console. But you could still do what he did on emulator. Damn it. And also, in case anybody is like, oh, he's running on emulator, emulation for the NES is perfect. There's no inaccuracies on NES emulation. There's basically no difference. Nifsky did run on keyboard, but the thing is like, the only difference you can have on that is that you could get different fast starts because you can hold left and right at the same time, which you can't do on like OEM Nintendo 64 stuff, but you could disable that. And that's basically what he was doing. But he was swapping input methods. Which is a lot harder to pull off on console. Yeah, but you could still do it. It's not fair to allow something and then not allow it. We had similar shit in the Sonic community with, when What's-His-Face decided to run on the European version of Sonic 1, and what they did was they basically removed his time and then separated the boards, instead of, like, doing that. It's stupid. But, I mean, again, it does always roll back to, reminder, the majority of people that are speedrunning are autistic. To which I am no exception. To which basically almost nobody is any kind of exception. So, sometimes things just are not handled the way that they should have been handled. And it's not just because of that, it's because, like, a lot of people who are speedrunners have some level of social ineptitudes and all this other stuff because of either, like, some kind of issues, some kind of trauma, some kind of, like, levels of autism, ADHD, whatever. But at the end of the day, you can't just assume that a lot of people... And the thing is, it's not even really just all of that, too. People who don't have autism and ADHD can still have similar effects. It just happens a little bit more often in certain people. Oh shit, it's Badland. Yo, what's up? So basically, like, when you have these kinds of things, yes, the mods are being scummy, but the thing is like, you also can't just assume, unfortunately, that they're going to make good and proper decisions with their head in the right headspace. Because, unfortunately, speedrunning has never been a hobby where people have been very good at decision-making. Why didn't they do a community poll? Because community polls suck. Community polls are not... They can easily be rigged and not reliable. And yeah, that is why there's supposed to be a mod team, because the mod team is supposed to be able to make those rules that for the betterment of the community. The problem is that a lot of times those moderators do not understand that their own perspectives get in the way of choosing what's right for the community. The reason why I know this is because I have been a part of many mod teams. I've been a part of many community and rule-making decisions. I've seen polls. I've seen stuff that was specifically made by mod teams. I've been a part of a lot of those. I can tell you, communities are very bad at choosing what's good for them. But also, by extension, mod teams are also not good at making the best choices. And finding a medium between those two is almost impossible. Because also, if you make a community poll, there will be people that will come in from outside of the community and try to muddy those decisions. Or there are people who have very, very stupid takes that can muddy the results. And it gets really dumb, because the problem is when you are in a position of power and you have to make a decision, the problem is a lot of people don't understand the consequences, or like whatever, like the external things. Because the thing is when you don't have to actually make those decisions, you think you're right all the time. When you've been in those positions, you've made those choices, you've made the mistakes, and you've made positive things, you have a much better grasp of what is and isn't appropriate. But you still have issues with your own judgment, because the thing is not... Like, let me give a really good example. I've been speedrunning for 16 years. Almost 16 years. I have been speedrunning for a long time. So a lot of my ideals, a lot of the foundation of my, like, perspectives come from the olden times. The times way before any of you guys even knew speedrunning existed. So I've seen a lot of where these perspectives come from, and I take hold of a lot of them too, because the thing is that at the time, that's how those perspectives worked. But the thing is when you become detached and you go through a lot of these things, communities change. The hobby changes. The technology changes. Everything changes. At what point do you say that your own perspective actually can be the best for the community? So when you have to go through that, but also at the same time try to be able to understand, like, the bad or the good, like 80% think something is wrong to do, but how do you know that 80% isn't just a vocal minority? How do you know that the people that are actually complaining, because you don't hear the full community, you can't. You only hear the vocal ones. The minorities either won't care, or they're like, they may not know. The vocal ones will stand up and say something. But then again, another thing is a lot of those people have only been in one or two communities as well. So, or like they look at models, like the Mario 64 community. A lot of people use the Mario 64 community as a model for how things should be, and that's wrong, because they're dumb. A lot of the rules were made like 10 years ago. A lot of it was made before technology was good, and a lot of it was made to essentially specifically stick to tradition, without keeping in mind that there's more access to things, more tools. The community has changed a lot, and also accessibility. These things have changed a lot. You don't know this unless you've been in... I've been in like 10 plus communities. I've moderated several. I had to make moderation and rule changes, rule decisions, all of this stuff. Does that mean that I know what to say? No. That doesn't mean that I have, like, you know, more authority over other people. But the recent push for Duck Station read speed up rule updates on some Crash games. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about Duck Station having read speed ups, to be honest. I think we should just have a fucking PC port. I think that just fixes everything. That way we don't have to care about emulation, because we don't have to care about potential inaccuracies, and we can test everything because we have access to the fucking code. But at the same time, the thing is that the communities have been changing. PS2s are still getting more difficult to get. It's either slightly slower than PS2 FDS or way faster than it. There's no in-between. That is something I don't like. They need to be consistent. I don't think they're going to be consistent. But they do need to be consistent. That is, like... That is something I don't like. Because at the end of the day, emulators are still, less accessible than a PC port. Luckily for right now, PS2s are not that inaccessible. They're pretty accessible. But, at least for now. And now, if the speed up were, like, actually 1-to-1 with PS2 FDS or very close, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't care if it's a little faster or a little slower, because at the end of the day, and I'm gonna be completely fucking honest with this, emulators are accurate enough to where who gives a fuck? Like, if it's a little bit faster, what is gonna make the difference? If FDS is like, you know... I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here. If we allowed an emulator for Twinsanity, let's just put Zemu, because Zemu is faster. I'm gonna be extremely fair about this. You play on Zemu, and you put me versus Joe. Joe's on Zemu. You know, he hasn't really improved his skill. He has the same skill at his peak. Versus me in any percent. Joe has a couple of seconds of leeway on me in any percent. Who's gonna win? Me. Because a couple of seconds of difference is not going to cover a skill gap. If it's minor enough to where skill gap is going to make that difference anyways, who cares? Like, Zemu might save up to, like, 10 or 15 seconds on, Hundo. That is not going to be enough for anybody to still come close to my runs. And that's a less accurate emulator than DuckStation. So my argument is less like, why should it matter if it's close enough? As long as it's consistent. Now, the thing that I don't like is that it's not in between. It's either way slower or slightly faster. I don't like that. That's not good. But if it ends up being slightly faster, who cares? It would matter in highly competitive runs, but still. Like... If it's not enough to cover a skill gap, who cares? Thank you, I appreciate it. If it's not enough to cover a skill gap, who cares? If you really want to make it more fair, should be relevant in the discussion, I think it should be relevant. I think it should be very relevant. Because if there's consistency between the loads, like, let's say, you know, DuckStation just runs ever so slightly faster than FPS or FDS. And let's just go with this, right? So we have Crash 2, 100%. Saves maybe 5 seconds in an hour-long run. If it's really a big problem, you can adjust the emulator times to have deficits to equalize with PS2. But at the end of the day, if you 5 seconds between an hour-long run is fucking nothing. Now, if the gap is much larger, where skill gap does not cover those differences, then yes, it should be relevant. But I really don't think that small differences should matter. Based on who is running and how good they are, that ain't right. I wouldn't say... That's not the argument I'm trying to make. I'm saying that if the difference is so small that the only thing that would make the difference is if somebody becomes better than the other person, then it should be very relevant. Because if it's a very small difference, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the advantages are small. If the advantages are large, then yes, it does. But if the differences are small, no, I don't think that it should matter. Because here's the other thing as well, by the way, is that you can flip that around. It could matter, though. Well, then you test it. You just test it. That's it. Verify. Boom. Problem solved. But the other thing is that you can flip it. Like, say, PS2 is slightly better than Duck Station. FDS is slightly better than Duck Station. And then you have two similarly skilled runners where they're very close, but just one gains a couple of seconds advantage over the other. Only a couple, not a large, only a couple over the course of an hour-long run. That is nothing. To where the only thing that matters is a skill level between the two competitors. As the categories are smaller, if the differences are larger, then yes, that becomes a problem. But I would say that, like, say a 10-minute run, a second or two, doesn't make a difference. And it should never make a difference. But if it's like 5 to 10 seconds, that's when things start to get a little weird and a little bad. Because then it's like somebody of a worse skill level can have enough of an advantage to take over the run for the guy with the record. And I don't think that that's right. But at the same time, if it's small enough to where it's not going to matter, then I don't see the problem. Whether emulator is 1 second faster or an entire minute faster. Why? And then my question changes if it is an official. If it is an officially licensed emulator, is it being 1 second faster or an entire minute faster? Does that change the argument? That's where I deconstruct the argument, because when it becomes a lot less about the accuracy and a lot more about who made the emulator, I think that argument is just null at this point. But is still allowed. Yeah. But usually those are load time differences. And actually, a lot of times those can be fixed. You can usually, it depends, you can usually account for those. The Crash trilogy, you can't. There's nobody plays on that shit for the most part, yep. But when it does, it becomes an issue. CTR notwithstanding, because CTR actually runs faster on PSP. That should not be allowed. I don't care if it's official. Go fuck yourself. Ugh. If there is ever a reason to ban PSTV, I tried to separate PSTV. I don't think PSTV should be allowed. But not because it's faster. There's two reasons. First reason is because accessibility sucks balls. The second reason is that it sucks to play on because of the massive amounts of input delay. I think those two things combined basically are detriments to the runs. Neither of those are reasons to ban it. What happens when there's no more PSTVs available? What if literally nobody can compete with a PSTV run, and at the same time, nobody can get a PSTV? These are not problems now, mind you. These are problems for the future. Take on hard-to-acquire hardware over PS2 OPL. Yes, exactly. There weren't others. I mean, those factors were my reasoning, is that in the future, these will become problems. They're not problems right now. They're not problems because, one, nobody runs on PSTV. Very few people. Most people that run on PSTV switch back to PS2 because PSTV is just very difficult to play on. Or backwards compatible PS3, fuck you, yeah. These are like, how I look at it is I extend it past those kinds of things, of saying like, okay, if you decide, okay, so they should be separated, you still have the same problem. You're not fixing the problem. The problem is just, basically shoved into a corner. Because then people will get those runs, but then nobody's gonna run on those boards. The boards are empty. And you look at a board that has like 100 people versus one that has 2. The one with 2, there haven't been improvements to those runs in 10 years. Versus the other one that's super active and has run like at least 20 runs from a month ago. That is a problem. That is a massive problem. But again, it's not a problem right now. None of these are really problems at this very moment, but they will become problems, is the issue. So then it's like, if you try to kind of extend it to, say, using emulator in this case, banking on emulators, I think, is a very smart idea, with caveats that I think we need to discuss. Because at this point in time, a lot of it is just, emulator? Nope, end of discussion. I'm done. But a lot of those ideas come from ideas from the early 2010s and the mid 2010s, when emulators, where this was very, very much appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate anymore. I think we need to open these discussions and discuss it further. Because in the next 10 years or so, when we have things like disk rot and like really bad accessibility, it's gonna be too late. And whatever you could have done to help the community out, well, the community's already dead. And by the time like people realize that they have those choices, it's already gone. It happened to Twins. We allowed OPL. Nobody knew. We allowed emulator. Nobody knew. It did nothing. I mean, I'm not saying that even if we did that, that Twins would be alive. I don't think so. But I think it's a smart idea to open up the conversation than just be stubborn about that stuff, which is why, like, I'm not openly... I don't think it's a smart idea to just openly deny the emulator stuff. I think we should talk about it more. I think we should discuss things with the advent of PCSX2, because by the time people were interested in it, we took too long. We took way too long. It was like over a year overdue. When Twinsanity was switching to Xbox back in like 2024, 2023, there were a lot of people who were interested in trying to learn the game. But there were so many people that said, like, I'm not going to run the game because you can't run on emulator. I brought it up to the community. It took over a year. Actually, it didn't even get allowed until after I got back from Japan. It was around the time when I went to or came back from Japan is when emulator finally got allowed, but it wasn't advertised at all. And since nobody was running on emulator outside of Dio, basically nobody knew. And even to this day, people don't know that emulator's an option. And yeah, it's not something that fixes it. Just like what you said with Twalk, once you finally got it consistent, and it was allowed, not many people ran emulator because they either don't know it's a thing they're allowed to do, or, like they don't, the people don't understand their options. It's a lot of things. But at the same time, a lot of people are so anti-emulator that, can't use widescreen, so any widescreen run is subject to rejection on emulator, or just in general. I can get why for emulator, just because, I mean, well, you're technically modifying you're using a code in order to get widescreen. That makes sense. Fuck off. That was a good hub one. I lost an entire second. Well, it's been a while since I've gotten here. Nobody would care. I mean, yeah. Like with Twins. Twins has a widescreen. Technically, if you want to be technical, on Xbox, you can't actually start runs with widescreen, so some of my runs would technically be invalid, but it has widescreen support, so it doesn't matter. I don't run with widescreen because I'm on a CRT, and it doesn't do widescreen. That's actually the only reason why I don't do widescreen. But yeah, I think we need to start, as speedrunners, start opening up conversations about this stuff. Because if we don't do it now, when it starts becoming a problem, then oof, like, we have a massive problem on our hands. And I know pretty much how it's gonna go because I've seen it many times. It's either they're gonna separate the boards and then boards just get neglected and they look bad because 10 years of like nobody doing a specific run on a specific thing which means that those boards are irrelevant, nobody cares, or things get banned, and you're forced to use either like inaccessible or difficult to find hardware, or you try equalizing them best you can. And then basically the only thing that changes is the way that you're playing the game rather than the times. I like the idea that Duck Station, they're starting to think about the whole, like, faster read speeds. What I'm not liking is that they're inconsistent loads, because I don't think that inconsistent loads are a good thing. Consistent loads? Fine. Whatever. If there's any issues, are more accessible for newer runners. If it's too late and no old runners run the game, it's not encouraging. Yeah, that's true. I also kind of look at it like this. But it's also slightly different. If you look at NES Tetris and how it's evolved over time, there was, once Joseph started to do, hyper tapping, there was a lot of people who did that. I can't concentrate. Bexley's been fucking barking for the past 15 minutes. He's quite insane nowadays. Yeah. That is also really weird. But I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure I know the reason. Emulators were not made for speedrunners. Emulators were not made for speedrunners, and emulators were never made to cater to speedrunning. Partially because some of those guys hate speedrunning. And partially because, who cares? Oh yeah, running a PS1 game on PCSX2 is garbage. It's not accurate, it's very bad. I'm sure some games are fine, but no. PCSX2 was made very specifically for, PCSX2 was made very specifically for PS2 games. PS1 games use their own hardware. The reason why most PS2s, run PS1 games super accurately, this is, by the way, outside of, anything more than a 70K. So, like, 71Ks, 73Ks, whatever. They all actually have PS1 hardware inside of them. They're not actually running, they're not actually running off of the PS2 hardware, it's PS1 hardware. Just with, PS2 power. That's why FDS is a thing. They use emulation, though very, very good emulation for the later models. Which is why there's like a 99% accuracy. It's just like, running Wii on a Wii U. Is like, the compatibility is super good. It's like 99%, but when you play a 90K game, even neither, yeah. Some games fully break from FDS as well. And that's not just like a, that's not just like playing off a PS2 thing, they just physically can't handle it. In some games, it depends on the model. Like, if I remember correctly, Gex 3 does not run at all on a 90K in FDS. There's a lot of different factors there's a lot of different factors that tie into all of this. And like but at the end of the day, cutscenes in Spyro 3 can crash on FDS. Sounds about right. PSTV fixes that issue. Yeah, but playing on PSTV. Okay, why does PSTV have input lag? What is the actual reason for it? Is it because it's Virtual Console? Or is it because, like... Is that the fucking console that has, like, a TV attached to it? Is it because it's Virtual Console? Or is it because of fucking whatever? Because I've never seen a PSTV before. And my idea of PSTV is, like, a fucking PS2 with a TV attached to it. And if the issue is because the TV has terrible input delay, just fucking replace the damn thing. Hook it up to a fucking CRT. Fuck you. It's a device that plugs into the TV. Is the like audio video output that it plugs into, is that the thing that causes the lag? Because I would just assume, oh, it uses, oh, I'm pretty sure a fucking PlayStation does that too. Same tech as the PS3 for controller connection. Only you could plug your audio into my jack, bro. Yo, Juanli, ¿cómo anda? This fucking nut, dude. Joder. Just, oh man. Yeah, I just don't like how PSTV is inaccessible. Just to play one game faster that you don't care about, yeah. We need the Spaniard commentary. There are no Spanish speakers here right now. And nobody really knows why exactly. Mod it. Just fucking mod it. Kill the input lag, dude. Burger just deals with it. Vanny did for a long time. But then he just switched back to PS2 because the time that he was saving on PSTV was not actually good enough, and he switched back to playing on PS2, and he fucking destroyed 117. Just because something is theoretically optimal doesn't mean it's actually optimal. Input delay does have a massive effect on play. Any percent so it's more important. Yep, that's true as well. What sucks is that if you apply it to Crash, the Crash trilogy, cycles are global, so like the cycles are running while the game is loading. So when you have faster loads, the cycles are still playing in the background. You know? Wait. They don't? Then why the fuck do we just not remove load times? You could literally just remove load times. And then nobody... If it doesn't fucking change anything, you don't need to care about fucking loading times. Remove them! What's up? Just running. The global cycle timer stops. Then who the fuck cares about loading times? Just remove them. I always had the idea that the cycle timer was still running during loading times. And that's why I was like, you know, yes, it makes sense that we should just like only allow FDS. Now that I know that this isn't true, what the fuck is the point? Is a fucking white screen. Exactly. I mean, yes, PS2, Crash 3 might be harder. Not necessarily. It depends. All we have to do is just figure out what counts as a loading time, and then we just, like, we just remove stuff from there. We can make a histogram timer to make it work. And then it's like, at that point, just play how you want to play. I mean, yeah, if you play on PS1, you'll get more lag, and if you play on whatever. If you play on PS1, you'll get more lag, and if you play on fucking emulator, you get less lag. But who cares? Because most likely that lag isn't gonna make a... It's not gonna make a difference, I don't think. Crash Team Racing V2, it's announcing this year. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. Dude, I remember all of this, all the talk about FDS and SDS, and I'm just sitting here like, okay. If there's no point, how do you differentiate that from the brief time you're dead? Does the cycle timer still run? Just use the game's code. If the cycle timer isn't fucking running at all, just don't count the load. It'll pause when you respawn. Exactly. When Crash 5? Probably never. It'll pause until you respawn. Yeah, it's like, if you... count two things. One, when you're dead. Well, no, just like understand, if you're dead, it doesn't matter. If there's a black screen and the global cycle timer isn't running, pause it. Thanks for the good luck. Pause timer during black screen. Boom. Yes, you could do everything on PS2. Except, there's one that you need to do a different version of because of an Xbox ledge. You can do it on PS2, but you're not going to be able to, consistently, because it's not as consistent. Technically, this is Crash 5. It's Crash 5 in Japan, yeah. For your own health, imagine. But yeah, like... I mean, for Crash 2, who cares? Bueno superior. In Japan, true. just remember. I mean, all you need is just like once it turns to black, just stop. Once it turns to black or white, stop counting the timer. Easy. And you know. Okay, so if you have, what is the game after? I don't know. I don't care about lore. Thanks for the stonks. It's a game about an orange marsupial. Lore is not that deep. But think about this. If you make a live split timer that can basically check the histograms of which worked but had a few snags, yeah, you could just make it better. All you have to do, like, just work out the kinks. Boom. Loadless timer. Easy. If it works, all you need is just like a couple of guys, like say, yo, Iron Spider. All you need to do is take like, I don't know, like 20 guys, and then just like watch each and every fucking run, and then just retime them. It'll take a couple of days, but the thing is it retime? You can retime runs that have already happened if you have a load remover. Think about that for a second. You could have a thing that removes loads on runs that are already like done. Who cares? And then people could just run how they like. And you know what? You could do that with fucking CTR too. Whoa. Whoa. Mind fucking blown. Holy shit, you could do that in CTR. Whoa. And you know what that means? You delete PSP from the fucking leaderboards, and then nobody gets to fucking complain about whether the fucking emulator or the console is better. Problem fucking solved. And then those who are like crying and bitching and moaning are just like, it's like, okay, but you could play however you want. Fuck you. You just noticed that's Virgil? That is indeed Virgil. Then allowing emulator being faster? I mean, I don't care, but the thing is that if there's a solution that makes things better like that, whoa. Like, dude, just somebody get on that. Who cares? If you don't need to care about loads, then loads will never be a problem. And if loads will never be a problem, you could play however you want. Fuck you. Except PSP. But who runs on PSP? Nobody. Except for that one guy that was upset. There was one guy that said, okay, well, we have all of these done. I'm gonna beat McCooper because, oh, I'm so mad that we put all these things here. It's like, but you're playing on a version that runs 4% faster. Games like Twins, where it will be impossible to remove all loads, yes. That's the one thing, though I still think we can find a good middle ground for Twins. If it doesn't affect cycles, then it shouldn't count. Easy. Now, what about pause loads? I don't know about that one in specific. I'm kind of indifferent. I think we shouldn't count the boat, though. Because, like, the boat is, the boat is different. I don't get that. But, yeah, it's like, dude, you play fucking, like... You could just remove a lot of the loads. What counts as a load? I don't fucking know. Things that don't affect what happens in-game, you can just fix that. I mean, think about that. So, like, that would be boat, some load pauses. Death abusing. You could just cut those loads out. Easy. It's not that hard. There's not that many loads in the game to begin with. It won't make much of a difference. Like, all levels, for example, I think the difference is, like, less than 20 seconds. How is this gonna fit with the other ports? I'll tell you exactly what's gonna happen. All the other ports become irrelevant. No one's gonna run them. Because nobody runs this game. Exactly what will happen is all of the semi-active and the only active runner, which is me, for now, will go to playing on PC, and everybody else is either just not gonna play, or those console runs are just gonna sit there doing nothing. A lot of people would play on PC. But it turns into the question of... It turns into the question of... Will people go back to running on console? The answer is no. If you separate the boards, nobody's gonna go back to playing on console. Except for that one random guy that thinks that he can fucking do whatever. Then he'd probably figure out my runs are just too damn good and just not play. Like, it'd turn into a legacy board. Yes, and if it's a legacy board, you could just keep the other one merged and then you have the history in one place. Or you could just basically put something on there that basically is just going to sit there collecting dust, and then it'll be like, oh yeah, so these runs are from 10 years ago, and then look at this, look at these runs, like there's been 20 in the past month. There's no point. There's no point in separating them. If the internet's being censored, then you're forking your own private Firefox build from scratch. Let's go, dude. Bro is literally like, this dude just does nothing but fucking, like, say bangers. But yeah, a lot of people, if Twinsanity has a PC port, people will run on the PC port. A lot of people most likely will. Separating it, I think, would be a bad thing. I think separating those boards would be a terrible idea. Seems to not want to cooperate. That's every day. You're dead set on doing this? Let's go, dude. The original we should have played on Genesis only. I guess. If the controller Dead Zone is adjustable, which should be, PC would be the future. PC's always going to be the future. PC ports are going to be the future no matter what. Every single road, there's basically 3 roads that will lead to PC ports for speedrunning. It will... So, here's the first road. The first road is the most likely road. Speedrunning dies completely. Like, for most games. We will mostly only be speedrunning modern games. No retro games. Except for the ones that already have PC ports, because they adopted those early. The Gotten one. The Forgotten one, actually. Road number 2 is basically the same thing, but we basically avoid PC ports all the way until the end, where we have exhausted going into those clone consoles or whatever, the FPGA, whatever, which are super expensive, which means that the only people that are actually there, the only people that are actually running are the people that have money. And essentially, like, by that time, they'll quit because things become accessible. They'll be mad. And then nobody will run the game. Speedrunning is just gone. Or, the third option is early adoption of PC ports. Then the communities can start to kind of, like, keep moving on. So that way, instead of, like, resisting... I think bro needs to have less coffee. You can calm down now. But yeah, like, basically those 3 roads... We support Stop Killing Games. Yeah, but that's more for casual gaming. I'm talking about from speedrunning. I think in the modern day, we're resisting way too much for speedrunning. That's faster than immediately doing that? What the hell? Can you catch up on the lore? It's not really much. It's just the same discussion as you heard before. Just, dude, come on. How did I fucking miss that? It's the same discussion. The exact same discussion. Like, the thing is, unfortunately, all of the roads are, except for the ones where we adopt PC ports early, being conservative and sticking to traditional speedrun values or change tradition for the better future. It has to be changed for a better future. It has to. Okay, settle down now. But yeah, the thing is for speedrunning, we have to change. Hardware is getting harder to come by. We're just resisting change because of ideals that came from over a decade ago. We need to start having these conversations, or, well, speedrunning is just gone. Okay. You are getting your first warning. Calm down. Please don't spam my chat. You get 3 warnings. I'm usually okay, but I am just warning you. Hang on, calm down now. You don't even see what's happening on the Twitch end? Oh, nothing's happening on the Twitch end. It's YouTube. It's YouTube chat stuff. Who's arguing? Nobody's arguing, guys. Just, like, saying some, like, shit that you might say if you're, like, incredibly high. So I'm asking bro to calm down. Mostly because I just don't want spam. I'm not annoyed, it's just that, like, I don't want the spam. Bexley needs to stop barking, dude. Did I PB? No. I had a run. I'm about to go tell her to shut up. Okay, I'm gonna go tell her to shut up, hang on. Baiting? You should not have said that. You have lost your chat privileges for today. I've seen you around enough, so I'm not going to ban you. How are the runs? Not very good. Put user in timeout 24 hours. Oh. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna go tell, I will be right back. I'm going to try to see what the fuck is wrong with Bexley, because I can't concentrate on my runs if she keeps fucking barking. Oh. We lost 2 mornings with 1 message. Because he said that he was baiting me. You don't exactly, not exactly a very smart move to say that you are, it's not a very smart move to, admit that you're actively trying to bait the guy. No, not a bot. Usually it's not like that. But however, he is currently on a final warning. So the next time I stream, if I see him do it, he will be banned. I mean, it's pretty easy. The master baiter. Yes. Which is just more nonsense. Doesn't matter. If the behavior continues, it just leads to a ban. No skin off my nose. Dio, pin that master baiter comment. You'll do some ILs. Good luck, Aga Bibi. I think Sloth is streaming. Oh, you bitch! Well. Lost about a second. This is a weird looking Cairo station. I know, dude. Stay up anymore? Good night. As a cat, therefore you get 9 warnings. Whoa. Yo, that's some Juan Lee type shit. If I reset, I'm sending that directly to Juan Lee, dude. Good luck with the runs. Thanks, appreciated. Almost 500 hours on MCC. Aware. I have a cat tongue. On Steam. Hang on a second. Hang on, I need to send this to Juan Lee. This is fucking funny. Okay, let me see here. Yo, Pete, where's Juan Lee? Where the fuck is Juan Lee? Here he is. That is some Juan Lee type shit right there. If you guys don't know who Juan Lee is, he's a Pokemon speedrunner. He's also kind of in the he's also kind of in the little Halo speedrunning clique that I'm in. I'm not really sure why. And to read the greatest pinned message ever. You were just watching a Mario speedrun stream guy, and this guy named Sonic #1 fan joins and starts being toxic. And in other words, the okay. Yo, okay, alright. Who wants to be YouTube moderator and ignore all of this dude's comments? Who wants to become a YouTube moderator? Who wants to have some fun? Do you have to? Ew, YouTube? Optionally, remove YouTube. True. Can you tell a funny story without a troll joining? Not you. There was a funny story you were saying? Let me see here. Oh, yeah. That it starts being toxic. I mean, true. I don't have Ali here. So, unfortunately, I can't exactly, mod anybody. However, I will say this. You'll solve it. Badlands is gonna be on... Hey, guy on YouTube. Is this category for US PS2? There is no category for US PS2. Yo, Dio. You'll be the mod. You don't have to if you don't want to. Dio, are you a mod on? Unmod you after, though. Okay, Dio's a mod. Alright, we're good. The US PS2 is very bad because of slide glitch. What mods cannot solve? The fridge fuck you can solve. Badlands? Bros spitting facts. Yeah, I think Ser had, he loved that fucking emote. US Xbox is even worse with slide glitch. Yes. What can a troll possibly do? Thought you'd have to sell your shower for a second? Uh-oh. Bro was about to say, I'm turning into a fucking Reddit mod. Holy fuck. I'm going to keep the next joke to myself. He's embracing the Discord mod. It's just a bunch of shapes, yep. Say it now. I mean, I said first you'd have to find some little kids. That's what I was gonna say. Showers are awesome. Oh shit, Flowers? Flowers is on YouTube now? Crazy. You could be a moderator. You want to speedrun, but you have the US version? Why don't you just play on emulator? I'm sorry for your loss. You start thinking about random stuff before taking it, and it takes like 1 hour for you to get out of the bathroom. Same. YouTube stream viewers are either Chinese bots or government spies or kids. What were my most recent shower thoughts about? Well, considering the past couple of days, I was extremely, Wait, no, come back, what? Uh-oh. Thank you for the suggestion, yeah. Play on the European version on emulator. Yeah, so here's the thing, by the way. So my latest shower thoughts, unfortunately, because the last time I took a shower was yesterday, and I was extremely sad because of things that were happening, and also because, like, my anxiety was peaked because of trauma stuff, basically. It was basically all in my head. I was thinking about trying to sort out my brain while also kind of, like, trying to make sure I wasn't depressed or whatever. Which that was going on for a couple of days. This one was luckily all in my head, so I just basically needed to wait until it passed. And it passed. But it is also linked a little bit to, what happened, like, I think it was 2 weeks ago. But, I mean, the thing is that it has nothing to do with, anything other than, well, it's not anything important. If it were, like, important, I would have talked about it. But I will tell you, it was pretty dumb. Rust decided to bork itself? Let's go, dude. But yeah, I would have talked about it if I thought it were important. It's not that important. At least not important enough to talk about it in public. I think it's better to keep it private. Yeah. But the past couple of days, because of some other stuff, due to past trauma, kind of came out, was not very fun. But I'm better now. The thing is I didn't want to stream while I was under those conditions, because if I were streaming under those conditions, I may have, like, freaked out on somebody, and it would have been bad. Or I would have just, like, shut off. Once Sloth goes live, you're out. Understandable. Yeah, the thing that's weird about me is that usually doesn't happen. Twitch is bugging out. I heard that was an issue for some people. Yeah, the thing is usually, like, I'm better when I'm around other people, but 7TV, might be. Which is why people should have FFZ installed instead, because FFZ has 7TV support, and it's better because 7TV is kinda invasive. Yeah, just uninstall 7TV and download Franker Faces. Just uninstall 7TV and download Franker Faces. Either that or get the Tamper Monkey script, because if you get the Tamper Monkey script for FFZ, it updates in real time, so it doesn't break. You don't have 7TV, damn. Wait, you're here twice? Lol. Day 18 of waiting for Sloth to do retro achievements. I'm gonna DM him. Where's Sloth? Where is Sloth? When was the last time I DM'd him? It was a couple days ago. Oh, there he is. Japanese guy is demanding RA. Sloth retro achievements, yep. I can literally... Wait, where the fuck is he? He's in a VC, where is he? Oh, he's no longer in the VC, he just left. The Sloth's gonna hate you? Oh no, we always mess with him about it, don't worry about it. We always mess with him about that. Okay, let me check to see, it happens? Nah, he's not gonna hate you. got more of a chance of a sub 330 trilogy without a Halo 2 start. Imagine. Dude, just fucking... Also, by the way, Sloth is probably gonna go live here in a couple of minutes. Because, he just left VC. He just went live, that's what I thought. Because he just left VC. I saw he was in VC, I was gonna pop in and, like, and then say that and then leave. But no, he left VC. I might raid him. Rach raided me? Yes, she did. Hop in his chat and say it. If he doesn't do retro achievements by July, your first stream will be you doing complete Saga RA. Let's go, dude. He won't do RA until he PBs in Trilogy. What he did say... fuck. What is this? Ask Ser, because he's the one that added that. Imagine being Sloth's toilet paper holder. That is getting pinned. Hang on. I just ended the run. I just ended my run, so I can go into Sloth's chat and then pin that message. Oh, that's Juan Lee! It was fucking Juan Lee! Of course it was fucking Juan Lee! Dude! Okay, I'm satisfied. Sloth has probably got me in the background too. Hi, Sloth. Gee, good luck on POA. The viewers are demanding RA. Yep. I'm doing Giganut. You love this community? I wouldn't say I have a community. However, pinning that fucking message, like, okay, listen, alright, I don't know if anybody's played Halo 3 in this, like, if you've never played Halo 3 before, so I need to explain something. So there is a line in Halo 3. You don't need the context for this, by the way, for it to be funny. One of the dialogues is, I will beat the Prophet's shield like a drum. By the time the barrier falls, he will beg for mercy. And I just saw somebody say, I will beat the Prophet's meat like a drum. And I fucking immediately pinned that fucking message in Sloth's chat. I thought that was the funniest fucking thing I've seen all month. Yo, Secret Sue. Thanks for the good luck. I thought it was waifu? Yes, and I don't like waifu. I really don't like waifu, but the thing is like, that was so fucking funny, I don't care. it was still funny as fuck. It deserved to be preserved. Thanks for the stonks. But yeah, I thought it was just absolutely fucking hilarious. Those points won't be wasted, imagine. If I weren't lazy, I was, in his chat, is the worst mistake a man can do, true. If I weren't lazy, I was gonna change the voice acting redeems to be, instead of being bit redeems, they would be point redeems, but I was too lazy to make them. Since, I'm not doing the subathon anymore, but I mean, when I did all the voice acting stuff on stream, like, people really liked it. So when my voice is a little bit better, I'll work on it, because my voice has been pretty bad. But I'm not going to be streaming every single day anymore. I don't want to stream every single day anymore. I'm not cut out for it anymore. I do want to get this done. I'll probably be streaming a lot. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah. I might stream tomorrow. Not streaming Friday, have plans. And it's just the usual. I have plans on Friday. You're back from Sloth stream? Did you yell at him for not doing RA? He does actually do RA, by the way. He just doesn't do it on stream. Recently he was playing that Mr. Bean game. And Pikmin. Yeah, what he does is, he goes into the Discord that we're in, and then he usually streams what he's doing while hanging out in chat. That's what he does when he's not streaming. Or he's, like, chopping wood or something. You're doing Mr. Bean soon? Oh, that game sucks balls. We were watching Sloth play it. He was getting mad. And it was just us shitting on the fucking game because it was just super fucking bad. Yeah, it sucks. Isn't that bad of a game? The Wii one is? It is. I watched it. It's really bad. I mean, it's not like, you know... It's not like, you know, Bubsy 3D. But, you know... Comparing fucking, like, Suriname to North Korea. One is obviously worse than the other. But they're both bad. You know. I will tell you this. I would rather play Sonic for Episode 1. It's gotta be like Sonic 06. No. Sonic 06 is fun. In the right context. Sonic 06 is fun, and you can have fun in Sonic 06. Mr. Bean? No. No. Expect to either be bored or frustrated. And there are no guides. Because it's a shovelware game. It's the game that people, like, put in a fucking Walmart because, like, the game just isn't good. Yeah, the OST also sucks. Mr. Beast? Yeah, Mr. Beast. The Mr. Beast game. Where, you like Minecraft and, you scam people and scam Minecraft players. Please take the hint. Mario Sunshine 120? Guideless? That's not bad. You gotta rescue poor people and then make them fight on an island for $1 million. And an island. Scamming? Now you're interested. Play Yakuza. Play Yakuza 1. Might I also interest you into my own cryptocurrency? It's called the Fuck You coin. You will be scammed. If you pay for this, you're a fucking idiot. Dude, I'm so glad cryptocurrency's fucking, like, just not even... nobody cares about it anymore. So many people were just falling for that shit. The G coin. You gotta get... You get so much, and then you can, and then you can pay your way into the G spot. What does Pro say? Women, I'm out. Imagine. Mr. Streamer, you have changed. Sounds like a good deal. Mr. Streamer, you have changed. You used to be bitchless. Now look at you. What is women is like a men but worse. Imagine. Deal. Twitch chat kept loading broken. You found a way around it. Nice. Mr. Streamer, you've changed ever since you started cryptocurrency. You used to be bitchless and relatable. Now you just hate everybody and tell everybody to go touch the G-spot. What the fuck am I saying, dude? Would load, but then disappear soon after. Yeah, everybody's been having Twitch issues. Now I'm surrounded with bitches. I have my own haram. You'll do Mr. Bean after Sunshine, you poor bastard. Making 10 rug pools. Everyone in chat is a bitch. Well, spread 'em. Imagine. Clappy. Welp. Mr. Streamer, you have changed ever since you got money. I don't talk to lowlifes anymore. How about you lowlife into some bitches? Fuck. Yeah. And someone would ask, does gender matter? It's 2026. How about you lowlife into some How about you gender into some bitches? That's weird. I see it on my end, but I use chatty. Listen, it's like my best friend says. Every hole is a goal. He's also pan, so... Yeah, Axel knows. He knows he would say this. Did he say it? When we were in the hotel room during, spring break? Did he say that? You know who it is. Of course you do. Yeah, of course you do. You know exactly who that is. He probably did, because that is one of the things he says. He says, listen, every hole is a goal. And he also says, listen, when you're looking for a lady friend, right? This is who you look for. You look for a best friend with tits. Is he wrong? He cooked. He cooked. Let him cook. Sounds like you should make your best friend grow tits. Yo, transition? Transition to lose virginity? Crazy. That's just your regular best friend? Yo. I mean... He's a wise man. His birthday actually was yesterday. Other runs, Ben? I had one good run that died to hug skip. I created a complete fail-proof method. I was 5 seconds ahead of these splits into hug skip. I also had the fastest Brio split ever, because I'm finally figuring out how to manipulate Brio. And I got an early cycle too, so like I saved a ton of time. And on that run, I got a 338 Amberly fight, which is fucking insane. But that was a while ago. But now I'm not going to fail hug skip. I have like a basically foolproof method. That's why my sum of best... I saved a second Almost. It was, .9 seconds off of the next split. And there's still a little bit more to save, because I only got 2 out of 3, fast Brio splashes. You're fucking choking on a dick. But yeah, that's why my sum of best is almost sub 24. Now, if I save time and I get an early cycle, oof. But yeah, runs have not been very good. But if I get another run like that, oof. Like, Warp Skip is gonna be, or Hug Skip is free now, so... And it'll be like, here it comes, yeah. All I really need is just another run that gets to Hub 4. I think, that run itself could have been close to a sub 2410. If I got perfect Ant RNG and Ball Glitch, it would have been a sub 2410. Because the pace that I was on was 2 seconds faster than my fastest, and I think about 4 seconds faster than yeah, it was like a 7. It was like a 17:01, I think I got. That was that 2413 pace run. And that was like 4. The Hub 3 was crazy good, yeah. So I think if I did Warp Skip really well, I would have gotten a 1657. And right now, if I do everything correctly, I think it's going to be a 1650, or I'll save another second. You really enjoy my runs? I appreciate you. Dude, holy fuck. I reacted to that rat. Yo! Okay, I'm... Bitch! I think that deserves I think that deserves a clip. I mean, I feel that okay, here's the thing though. Imagine this. Imagine, like, I get into Hub 4, right? And I'm on insane pace, and then I get perfect Ant RNG, and I get Ball Glitch. I get the sub 2410. I basically, like, improve the run by, like, 20 seconds. The run is just, like, the category's giga dead. Because, by the way, you can't, this category is not easily improvable, through load times. So even if we start doing the PC port, this run is not going to really be improvable. And even if it is, it's only, like, less than a second. So if I get a fucking sub 2410 run, like, that is gonna be probably, like, one of the best runs. Think I could break the record? I think the record's 24:29. Yeah. I wouldn't be going for it if I didn't think so. Yo, Hatake. This is my PB. 24:29. This is my goal. All I need is just a decent hub 3. And a, like, a 718 antagony is not hard. It's not difficult to get. And now, if I end up getting a sub 2410, ooh, like, if I get a mid 2410, like, that is the most optimized Twinsanity run, period. Because that's, like, I think less than 10 seconds away from perfect. It's 10 seconds away from perfect. And, like, basically it would be like being, what was it, like 4 seconds away from some of best in any percent, which is insane. I did do, earlier today, I did do a couple of, like, a couple of things. I did a little bit of all levels practice, and my movement is pretty crazy. This category has boosted my movement another tier up. Concerned sloth, I'm glitch. So yeah, when I go back to all levels, ooh. I'm gonna try for a better time. I'll go back to Classic Hundo, and then I should be able to just destroy it, and then do Cursed Warp Hundo. Get that sub 101. Boom, we're done. So yeah, I would say that even though this no dimension skip grind has seemed a little bit innocuous, I'm going to say this right now that so, like, this has been very beneficial to my movement, and, we are going to see the benefits of it once I'm done. I predict that I should be able to finish most of this stuff by by like mid-June. I think I should be able to reach all my goals by mid-June, within the next 2 weeks. Like, I've been getting really close to finishing No Dimension Skip. I now no longer have to worry about Hug Skip. The only thing I need to worry about is just getting out of Hub 3 and, well, getting out of Hub 1 and getting out of Hub 3. Mountain Skip is whatever. Like, I'm gonna have trouble with it. I got stuck there somehow. Damn it. I kind of feel that I'm going to PB tomorrow. I feel like I'm gonna actually get a PB tomorrow. When I'm more practiced and warmed up. Leave Twins soon, but you're excited to see what's next? I mean, yeah. The thing is, I can't stay on Twins forever. If I wanted, like, views, sure. Am I about to end stream? Probably in the next, like, 30 minutes or so. I've been streaming, like, it doesn't say I've been streaming for this long because my internet cut out for a couple of minutes. But I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. Yeah, if I wanted to start actually, like, getting big view-wise, you know, like, getting views and then trying to get partner on Twitch, I would stick to Twinsanity, but the thing is I don't want to expend my mental health as a result of that. I have been on Twins longer than any other speed game that I've done throughout my speedrunning history. With good reason. Running Twinsanity has been very positive. Twinite. I'll be back. Who knows? I may or I may not. I'm not going to guarantee anything. My twin. I can't guarantee. What are my goals before I'm done completely? I want to see if I can sub 58 for all levels. I'm trying to get the 24 1x in No Dimension Skip. I want the 105 in Classic Route Hundo. And I want a sub 101 in Standard Hundo. Best chance of me coming back is significant time save is found. I would say best chance of me coming back, it's two things. Nut skip replacement or hover skip replacement. World record in every category, every console, every version? No. It'll depend on how much the game could be improved. Yes, I'm reaching a point where all improvement requires major grinding. For every category. Twinsanity mobile. You out of your fucking mind. But yeah, like, I'm reaching a point where every category requires a lot of grinding. And the thing is would I defend my titles if a new challenger comes along? Depends. If it's hundo, maybe. Any percent? No. No dimension skip is a maybe. All levels would be a fuck no. I don't like all levels. I'm not a very competitive person. Like, there are a couple that I would like to keep. I would like to keep 100%. Flower's about to drop some crazy world records, imagine. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if somebody is crazy enough to get better than me, then they deserve to keep some of their times. I am the only person to have ever held the full sweep. At least outside of like back when the game was hyper unoptimized. So, I'm the only person to have ever held all of the records at the same time. And the thing is if anybody is... We're coming for you? Nice. If anybody is crazy enough to learn how to run this game faster and better than me... They deserve what they get. Bro does not know grass. I do not. I mean, I'll say this, bring it on. As I've said with basically everybody when it came to this game, is bring it on. If you end up getting better than me, nice. But don't expect to win. Every time I've been challenged by something, in games I was good at, I always basically came out on top. I was like that with Sonic Heroes. I was like that with Sonic Adventure. Grass is scared of bro, true. I'm like a cow, motherfucker. I will fucking lawn mow the shit out of you. That was not tough, streamer. Imagine. But yeah, I would like to see people get good at Twinsanity other than me. I am not a person that's very good at optimizing. I'm very good at developing. Which means that I have a strong limit to... Or, like, I have a hard limit to how good I can get. But when things are not very developed, I will develop them, and that's the secret. That's why I get so good. Like, if you look at when Dio was a world record contender for any percent, the reason why he stopped being able to compete outside of his Xbox dying was because I was in the background, I was strat deving, like, everything. I was coming up with new shit, and by the time that I was starting to do runs, he couldn't keep up. That is generally what happens when I'm playing a game, is like, I strat dev in the background while I'm doing runs. And so usually by the time I'm done developing the strat, the other people have to start learning the strats, which can take quite a while. By that point, I'm already ahead. That is what happened with any percent. Was that by the time anybody could keep up with me, there were new strats that they had to adjust to, and I was already good at them because I made them. Hundo was more or less the same thing, but to a lesser degree. Was basically, the big thing was that Kylie was being way too perfectionist, and I was allowing bad runs. But at the same time, I was also, like, at the same time, I was labbing Cursed Splash, and I made Cursed Splash more consistent, whereas Kylie was still messing up. So I was essentially getting into the late game a lot earlier than Kylie, and I was coming back from any percent, which meant that, or no, that was before any percent, never mind. So I was learning Cursed Splash. I optimized it and made it more consistent. So by the time Kylie was able to start actually getting the times I was able to get, I was already playing the mid-game and end-game while Kylie was still adjusting to entering the mid-game. So essentially, by the time I got a run that was out of Joe's reach, Kylie still wasn't getting runs in. And I was consistent enough doing hover, skip, and cavern that Kylie just couldn't keep up. This is a very consistent trend. Is basically, it is always that I outpace people because I strat dev. Because when they're not doing much strat deving, a lot of the times what they're doing is they're trying to improve what they already have. I am in the lab, strat deving, and improving stuff that I'm not doing, and implementing that. So, usually by the time those things are already cooked, everybody else is just not there. Where you got your own strat deving habits from? Yep. So, by the way, Axel, I was talking with Zarin, you know, remember when he got the fucking BBQ Mac Daddy, which I still fucking hate the name of? He was telling me about, differences between, like, JP and, NA FGC guys. And you know, the funny thing is the way that we strat dev is very reminiscent of Japanese FGC. Yeah, like, how he was describing their process, I'm like, yeah, that sounds almost exactly how I strat dev. Yeah, because, what a lot of people do in NA and FGC is they fight. Like, they push, they're super aggressive. What a lot of JP people do is they go back and they analyze what's going on and they, like, they lab specific scenarios instead of, like, generic scenarios. Which, I don't lab generic scenarios, I don't care about generic scenarios, because I'm supposed to be good at doing them no matter what. I lab specific scenarios, and that's how my practice goes. I've always been like this, I've always done this. I don't practice, like, the things I already know how to do, because there's no point. I practice the things that, I'm having issues with. It makes a lot of sense, and the thing is that also, speedrunning is kinda similar. Where most people, most of Western speedrunners will lab very specific, they'll lab generic and practice generic scenarios, not specific ones. Like, if I know how to do a trick, I just do the run. I don't care. If I mess it up, I check to see what's wrong, and that's it. I don't just practice the muscle memory. The muscle memory will just come to me. No! Ooh, okay. I am labbing that though, so it's fine. All of that makes a ton of sense. How, like, how I just kind of work with that. And it's like, it essentially always goes with that. Is brute force is the reason why I pull ahead so much. Because I don't do brute force. I focus a lot more on consistency, and I focus a lot more on very specific things. You're not dropping world records anytime soon. Understandable. Hey, if you do, though, I'll be there. Practice and lab with intent, not just for the sake of it. Yep. That's a trait that it is extremely overlooked. It's been my strategy the whole time of being a speedrunner. In Twinsanity, it has been especially powerful because all of Twinsanity speedrunning before me was just brute force. Mine was methodical and labbed. The only other person I remember who was somewhat able to keep up with what they were doing was trying to do the perfect run, the same one every time. And that ultimately led to, massive burnout. Because of perfection. The problem is if you try only for perfection, you will not get perfection. I don't look for perfection. I don't care about perfection. I care about speed. And doing the best I can. The thing about trying to be the best is not about already being there. You have to push forward and allow yourself to improve. Estás hace Cortex dentro del túnel. ¿Cuál túnel? ¿Cuál hub? ¿El segundo? Practicing? I hate practicing. I absolutely hate it. Practicing is my labs. I'm in lab. Y subir a la última dimensión no es any percent. Es muy antigua esa strat. Hace 5 años no la hacemos. Y no tengo consejos porque no sé cómo hacerlo. Porque en mis runs no lo hacía. Así que... ¿Cómo? Así que hay que aprender Cursor Splash en vez de Dimension Skip. Porque Dimension Skip es más difícil y menos consistente. Parece imposible. ¿Yo? ¿Con Cortex? O sea, en el último hub, dijiste... Para llegar al Warp, ¿verdad? O sea, el trono. Eso es muy difícil porque... es muy difícil porque... tienes que... Hijo de la puta madre. Me cago en todo. Es muy difícil porque... porque el timing es muy difícil. Todo depende del timing. Es muy difícil explicarlo. No puedo explicarlo bien en español. Pero te recomendaría hacer el Twin Jump porque es más fácil hacerlo. Mira, busca mi PB de 11 minutos y 20 segundos. Es lo más fácil para hacer. Pierde algunos 10 segundos, pero todo bien. Holy shit, this is one of the worst runs I've done. It's because I missed that damn jump. I'll continue, though. Especially if I do well in this, rata, yeah. La puta rata. Fuck, I missed it. Where am I? There, okay. I can't go for that. There we go. Fuck me, I guess. Okay, that's not super bad. Or you could... The darn rat would be la maldita rata. Yo, Sloss, thanks for the good luck. You came in at one of the worst runs I've had. However, might save a decent amount of time. Looks like we have to wring it out of him. Brio, get changed. Okay. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 1. That was slow. My PB was cracked until the end. This isn't against PB. One, two, three, four. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1. Good night, flowers. One, two, three, 4. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Boing, boing, boing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Aw, fuck. You haven't seen that one before? I don't think the first one is faster. The second and third ones are. But I don't know. I got a really good like time in my last run where I was like 5 seconds ahead after No mi run de 11 minutos y 20 segundos. ¿Mm? ¿Se activa siempre? ¿Cómo? Ah, sí. Ok, vale. La estrate del murciélago, ¿verdad? Con la caja y el murciélago se llama Cursed Splash. La con Cortex se llama Neo Warp Skip. O sea, nuevo Warp Skip. Es que el truco para esquivar la activación de la caja es gira crash por la derecha y mantén pulsado el D-pad en delantero hasta un punto en que tienes que hacer un diagonal cuando estás en el suelo. Es lo que hago en mi run de 100%. A lo mejor, mira esta run para que aprenda lo que hago en el truco de murciélago. Se llama Cursed Splash. Lo que hago en Any% se llama Neo Warp Skip. Pero a lo mejor busca mi PB de esta mierda. No Dimension Skip. O mi run de 11-20 para que aprenda un skip más fácil. Yeah, Cratchit, I'm still going. I thought I wasn't going to, but, no, I still got some left in me. I almost had a run today. I was, like, 5 seconds ahead of the run that had 24-13 potential. Huge. Massive. Okay, I'm fast as fuck because I got that long jump. The first new DLCs, travesty, damn. I was hoping they were at least good. W stream, imagine. Dude, the crazy part is that me being safer with the rats there is faster. Mechanic, which is just atrocious. Dude, that sucks. D1 shit. Due to interference, classic Destiny. Classic. Ooh, that was fast. Okay. You forgot Destiny is a game that still exists? Don't nobody tell him. That was a really fast throw, but... the last content update is in 2 weeks. They're killing the game. Marathon is free. 1, 2. That, I think, should have been a best seg. Buenas, ¿cómo andas? The absolute legend streaming. Who, Sloth? Oh yeah, Vanny's been doing Crash 2. The Ohio boys. Yeah, he's doing Crash 2 for the 1545. Gracias a Dios. Imagina. Hijo de la... Sloth who? Exactly. I'm stupid, dude. Un saludo desde Costa Rica. Un saludo desde los Estados Unidos, joder. Sloth said, me. No, not sloths. Sloth.
The rats are leaving the city.
Not even close. Nah.
Tell us where the treasure is.
Silent. Looks like we have to wring it out of him. Brio. Yeah, changed. You stream once a year, exactly. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's pretty fast. Axel, you stream more than once a year. 1, 2, 3, 4. Usually like once every few months. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. There we go. Look how fast that is, holy fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Still fast, yep. Okay. This should be incredibly fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two days left of the semester. Let's go, dude. Okay, let's see here. This should be like a 4. I saved basically no time. Okay. To the Secatron. Okay, that corner was cut like gigatight. Whoa. No! Come on! That was just tiny, dude. Oh well, back to the nut. Yeah, I had a crazy fast, second half of Hub 2 earlier today, and then I got first try everything. Next reset that I do, I'm gonna practice, Hub 3. And I'm gonna practice the entrance to Hub 4. Not that I'm gonna need to. But I haven't been there in a while, so... Okay, I'll check to see if Warp Skip is still, I'll check to see if Warp Skip is still, like... is still free. Or not Warp Skip, Hug Skip.
we ran out of time.
What? I got the jump. Okay. Alright, game. You got me. It's never that fucking easy, dude. It's never that fucking easy.
Come now, as we explore
A new dimension!
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
There we go. Fuck, I forgot again. Wait, but I didn't get the message. Why didn't I get the message? I need to fix my I need to fix this again. Woohoo. Watch, I'm gonna get it. Nope. Okay, never mind. No. I think my viewer count on Restream is broken. Because, like, it says, because it says 84 viewers, and I don't think that's correct.
Come now, as we explore a new dimension! It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time.
I almost stopped too early. That's really fast. Like, that should save, like, 2 seconds off of, That should save at least 2 or 3 seconds off of, my sum of best. Okay. Okay, let's do hub 3. Okay, cool. Okay. Alright, I wanted to try camera control. That is not the fucking play. That's not the play. It is not the play at all. Okay, so here's the thing. I will do more runs until 3550, and then I'm going to stop because my body hurts. I also haven't eaten today, and I should eat something. Yep, new strat works. So yeah, 3450 is how much I'm willing to go. Tomorrow I'll do more. I think I'm gonna PB tomorrow. Hug skip is no longer a concern, which is great. Which means the only thing I need to worry about is just, do I get a good hub 3 and do I get a good hub 4? I get those, we're done. We're Gucci. Who cares? But until then... Come on, man. Until, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll get it tomorrow because, like, today I got an insane run. Very close to what I wanted. I mean, and all I really have to do is just get a sub 720. If I get a run like that. And then I get the... And then I get the 1x. Or I, get fucking ball glitch and some other outrageous fucking shit. And then I just... Sub 710, and then we don't have to care about this category ever again. Imagine. Which kinda sucks, because... this category has been quite fun in comparison to the other grinds. Because I don't like all levels. I don't like classic hundo. Any percent grinding is, not fun. I knew that was gonna happen. And, I mean, normal hundo's fine. It's just, well, normal hundo. It's just normal hundo's hard. That's really what it boils down to, is normal hundo is hard. But really, once I get that 105 in classic route, once I get 105 in classic route, 101 or sub 101 in hundo, and then sub 58 in all levels, there's just not going to be anything left for me that's not going to be a serious grind fest, and it will ruin a lot of the fun. And that is the one thing I don't want, is to start running the game when I'm not having fun. I mean, frustration, yeah, I get frustrated, but it's not like I'm not enjoying seeing the improvements and then working on stuff. But those goals happen, and, well, yeah, goodbye Twinsanity for at least a while. But I mean, it's also like I said, if I wanted to, to grow as a streamer, I would just run Twinsanity every single day. I really don't want to. I don't want to start despising playing a game that has given me very positive things as a speedrunner and as a person, I would say. Ow, my thumb. I'm gonna need to stop soon. And that's why I'm stopping soon. Speedrun a game every day and you'll turn out like Shift? Yeah, but Shift is a shitty person anyways. I don't think I'd turn out like him, I would just be miserable. Shift's kind of a jackass. Oh no, he's shit-talking my favorite fucking... He's shit-talking my favorite streamer. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Let's cancel him. He's a funny guy when he doesn't speedrun SpongeBob. Yeah, but he's not exactly a good person. I mean, he's been speedrunning SpongeBob games for years. And that's the only thing he's known for. And yes, he makes a lot of money, but he makes money, but he's definitely miserable. I don't want to be miserable. I've never stuck with one game for a very long period of time. Twinsanity is the longest. I said this earlier. Twinsanity is the longest game, the longest I've ever stuck to a speed game without moving. Because Sonic Adventure was about 2 years. Then it was Sonic Heroes, which Sonic Heroes was about 2 years. Then it was Crash 2, which was no, it was Rayman 3 after Heroes for about a year-ish. No, for less than a year, if I remember correctly. Then it was Crash 2 for a year, then it was Twinsanity for a year, then back to Crash 2 for a year, then it was Halo 2 for about half a year. And then I had a massive break, but I was going in and out of running Sonic Heroes. It just wasn't constant. And then no, Spyro Heroes Tale. I was doing Spyro Heroes Tale 2 in 2014, 2015. It was Heroes Tale at the turn of when it was 2015. Then it was back to Twins, then it was Halo 2, then it was Twins again. and also Sonic Adventure. I went back to Sonic Adventure in 2015, 2016. So 2015, 2016, 2017, I was kind of like flip-flopping between games. And then, let me see here, what else? Freedom Planet was also a brief moment in time in 2014. And then, around between 2020 and 2021, I went back to Heroes. And then, in the background, I was getting used to playing Twins on Xbox. And then I started actually running Twinsanity on Xbox, again, about 2022. And basically from there, it has been a straight 4 years since I have switched games. But I mean, like, if you really count it, like, Sonic Adventure DX was actually more of a 4-year, but the thing is I was also doing Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes at the time. I have not been doing any speedrunning outside of Crash Twinsanity for the past 4 years. I did a little bit of stuff, but nothing concrete. I don't really know what's gonna happen next, to be honest. I want to learn Spyro 120% and see where I go with that. I want to get back to learning, relearning Spyro Hero's Tale. I might learn Halo CE on OG Xbox. And then, probably, because this is still a goal of mine, I wanted to do it this summer, but it's not going to happen this summer. I want to learn TWAC 106, and I want to learn ETD Hundo, because I want to do Gen 6 Sprash Fecta. Difficult question? No. There's no doubt in my mind. Sonic Adventure 1. I do not like Sonic Adventure 2. The game is way too streamlined. It's not, the gameplay is very padded out, and the thing is like, the actual design of Sonic Adventure 1 is more, it's more polished. It's better because, I mean, think about it. If you play through, like, Sonic or Shadow missions in SA2 versus when you play through any stage in SA1, how many secrets and things, if you just stop and run around, how many things can you find that you could do in Sonic Adventure 1 versus Sonic Adventure 2? And I'll tell you what, there's almost nothing in Sonic Adventure 2, but Sonic Adventure 1, there's always secrets, there's always goodies, there's always something, and there's always multiple paths. Sometimes they don't really meet up all that much. You have so many options, there's so many different ways that you can play it. Sonic Adventure 2, only the treasure hunting stages. Only the treasure hunting stages are the ones where you can actually do stuff. Other than that. And yeah, like, a lot of people don't like those stages. The mech stages, I mean, they're well designed, but they're not fun. Every time I hear people talk about SA2, they talk about the Chow and they talk about the Shadow stages and the Eggman stages. But then they're just like, okay, well, the Tails stages kind of suck. The Sonic stages are pretty cool, but the Ruse stages kind of suck. It's like, and then they say like, okay, well, these characters don't have as many upgrades, and it's like, okay, well, these bosses kind of suck, okay. Yeah, but the Chow is great, and I mean, look at how fast you could go. It's like, no, you can't. The spin dash sucks. Half the time you're going on loops and the game controls you. You don't have control. In the moment I kind of realized that, and then it's like, okay, what do you do? Okay, you do like mission 1, 2, 3, and 5, but then it's like, okay, A ranks, but do you really care about A ranks? Mission 5s aren't that fun. They're not even that much harder. They're just not fun. Mission 4s are, like, have a purpose in treasure hunting stages, but nothing else. Mission 2s are kind of fun. Mission 3s don't really matter all that much because, like, I mean, if you know where the Chow is, it's just easy. And then there's also those, like, that, like, the 1 or 2 A ranks you just can't get. And then everybody forgets about the racing stages because the racing is irrelevant. But then when you think of Sonic Adventure 1, where are the complaints? That DX is a terrible port. Which is true. But then it's like, if you don't like the Amy stages, you just prefer going fast. If you don't like Big, like, I mean, whatever. Big is still kind of fun. Gamma's kind of interesting. Knuckles stages aren't that bad. Tails' stages are basically just Sonic stages, but you can cheat. Hello. So, like, what does SA2 have over SA1? And if you say soundtrack, go fuck yourself. SA1 has a more consistent, good soundtrack. SA2 is, like, super poppy. I have songs I like from the SA2 soundtrack. I mean, the Knuckles stages sounds are kind of fire. The Roo stages also kind of fire. Live and Learn is awesome. BioLizard is awesome. But then you have some that are just kind of meh. City Escape was nice for a while, but it's so overplayed. I don't like it anymore. Heroes? I mean, yeah, Heroes is fucking just awesome. The remixes, that was really dumb the way that I died. I think I'm gonna keep going a little longer. I'm feeling fine to go a little longer. But I mean, like, it's so weird that people think, to me, it's really weird that people say that it doesn't matter from SA2, just sounds better than SA1, and it's like, no, it doesn't. Like, I really think, you know, like, it doesn't matter, now what happens, I will never give up the fight. Not really, like, I don't like that, but then it's like, It doesn't matter now what happens, I will never give up the fight. There is no way I will run away from all of my frights. Like, that is just genuinely better. The bounce bracelet is probably, like, one of the best additions to SA2. That is good. And then Tails' theme for SA2, garbage. Knuckles' theme is just like fucking, like, gunky gangster rap. Shadow's theme's pretty good. Rouge's theme's pretty good. Robotnik's theme is fucking awesome. The fucking, The story begins with who's gonna win, knowing the danger lies from within. Aboard the ark of genius at heart, wanting to unlock the mysteries of life, I am the Eggman. That's pretty good. Live and Learn is pretty good. But Knuckles' theme in SA1, oof. Rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails, it ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest of mine, I'm independent since my first breath. First test feels alright, then the worst left. Born on an island in the heavens. The blood of my ancestors flows inside me. My duty is... Like, that's fucking fire. And then who can forget thunder, rain, or lightning? Thunder, rain, or lightning? Thunder, rain, or lightning? It's such a bap! All the steps we take, all the steps we take, all the steps we take, all the steps we take. But Heroes, I don't think that there's even really a song I don't like. Like, Heroes is a soundtrack I'll listen to while I'm driving in my car. Same with Twok. I should have died there. Heroes, I mean, fucking Team Chaotix's theme, peak. The power has been driven by the Eggman. This mission's gonna meet them all. And when his hopes grow thin and they're out the kid's grim, these three are gonna heed his call. Like, yeah. It's fucking badass. Once upon a time, you could be a bad guy and you lived to see another day. Like, fucking fire. The fact that that's just faster than what I was doing before is hilarious. No! No! That was so dumb! Why? It just dropped my fucking slide. Also, yes, I'm like... That was Parappa's VA? Which one? The original version? Or, the stupid gangster rap version? Which was... Also fucking, Living in Paradise. Oof. Oh, it's a windy and sunny day, and I can hear the faint sound of the distant waves. I can never really get that quite on key. Every day's a new beginning, yeah. We don't know who we're gonna meet today. The more I want, the less that I can get. Keep working for a new tomorrow, but I guess that I'm so happy now. Gonna set my heart free. Now I've got nothing to worry me. Come on, let's just get up, go, 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 go. Hey, big guy, hey, little guy, can you tell me who came first? Sorry, but I don't know. We are simply natural. Good, I got off tune there, but whatever. It was the rap version? I don't like that version. I like the R&B version. R&B version's better. My doo-doo flows. Ah! The doo-doo and blood. Gracias. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Knuckles, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my knuckles. My cock goes through boulders. That's why I flex my boner. You're starting to get tilted on this one achievement. Mario just clips through platforms. True. I'd rather flex my knuckles. I'm hard as knuckles. It ain't hard to chuckle. I break them down whether they knuckles or knuckles. Like Sonic, I'm like Sonic, 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 like Sonic. Yes, fun fact, I can kinda sing. I do practice. But I'm not really that great. Pro screamed like he was gonna take a Randy Mark size shit. I mean, that's part of the thing. Like, have you heard the first knuckles, feel the knuckles, then the knuckles chuckle? Have you not seen Unknown from Knuckles? It's like, my doo-doo flows. Ah! Cleanse yourself. No. One of these days I'm going to memorize that whole fucking sequence, and I'll sing it. I'll sing it on stream. I don't give a fuck. No, you don't play the essay games? Oh, it has nothing to do with that. It's Siva Gunner. Look up Unknown from Knuckles. Or look up Knuckles featuring Knuckles and Knuckles. You're in for a treat. It is hilarious. They are the YouTube poop of music. They do very well. So, fun fact, by the way, I learned something yesterday. Or last night. One of my close friends is a personal friend of a dude who fucking worked on, oh fuck, what was it? Not Happy Tree Friends, but, it was another one of those, like, things, and, like, hang on, you know what? I'm gonna break out the YouTube, or I'm gonna break out the DMs, hang on. I will tell you guys exactly, like, all this stuff, hang on. Okay, let me see here, where was this? Okay, I gotta scroll up further. Cyanide and Happiness. It was, Smiling Friends. The guy his personal friend storyboarded, several Smiling Friends episodes. Cyanide and Happiness. Worked on Meat Canyon. And worked in France, and, some 40K furries thing. In the knuckles, the cum of knuckles flows inside me. My doo-doo flows, streaking blood. Close yourself. No. Isn't Smiling Friends that Adult Swim thing? I guess so. I don't remember, but it's just that I have a friend who is a personal friend, or who has a personal friend who has worked on that shit before. Like, actual... Somehow got the horticulture hero achievement by 0.79, damn. But yeah, I also have a friend who used to be in the same, friend circle as a very, very, very popular VTuber. And then I have another friend who was, personally commissioned to do something for a very large VTuber named Zentrea. Somehow I find out that I have connections to, like, some people who have done some insane shit. And it's like, how in the fuck does this happen? Like, there's a couple of other things, but I don't want to actually reveal some of them. But just know, somehow, I am, like, 1 step or 2 steps away from some, like, really, some really, 1 or 2 steps away from some, like, pretty large content creators. Would I be able to meet them through those connections? No, but it's interesting. I'm even friends with a person who mods for Amaranth, which is interesting. I'm also friends with a guy who moderates the ReZero anime Discord. It's like, it's really weird. G profiles when? Release the G profiles, I guess. You know the worst part about that? You know the worst part about what that would actually entail? I have a lot of dirt on people. Particularly in the Sonic community. So if there ever were the G profiles, what would end up happening was I wouldn't actually be affected at all. But a lot of people in the Sonic community would get ousted for a lot of the bad shit that they did. Like, I think some of it was cancel-worthy, too. Would I ever do this? No, I'm not interested in that anymore. And plus, it's, like, been so long that, It has been so long that I don't care anymore, and I don't remember everything. But back when I was active in the Sonic community, I knew a lot of shit. A lot of stuff that would not fly today. You've been in that community pretty early on. Today you exposed me for splicing Imagine. Yeah, I was around very early. Like, if my early behavior... If people found out about my early behavior, probably what some people would look at me like is like, wow, he's kind of a jerk. Unfortunately, there were a lot of times where I was taken advantage of because of me being, like, super forward and, stuff. I have been taken advantage of and basically been a meat shield for, people. So, a lot of the things that would look bad for me were basically taken in the context of, like, I was supposed to look bad because it was to protect the other people. Which is kind of scummy. That is essentially how they, how I stopped being a moderator for, Sonic Adventure. What kind of a jerk? I didn't have social skills, so I said mean things. I was never really unfair, just because I was perfectly willing to just to say mean things to people. Especially if I thought that I was, like, in the right. I would say it. And the other moderators kind of did that. They would tell me something, specifically to make me go and be the guy to tell them. Tell the other people off. It would always be like that. Because they knew that if it were me, I would be like, well, I want to protect my friends. What did you just listen to? Doo-doo and blood. Trying to use your autism to win arguments, imagine. That was essentially what a lot of people did with me, and it, the thing that got me out of being a moderator for Sonic was, basically all of the moderators were gone. Nobody was doing anything. I was the only one there. One of the other moderators who wasn't really active said, like, hey, these guys are using this one cheat that we banned one guy for like a year or two ago. And, and, or a year prior, but they said, don't bring that up. And it was a guy who, ironically, is the current, the current head guy for Sonic Adventure, interestingly enough. He was the one that did the run that used the All Stories Unlocked cheat, which we said was not allowed. So I go in and I tell him, yo, Elevator, thanks for the stonks. So I went in, right? And I was like, hey, you can't do that. So this shit was streamed. This conversation was streamed. By the way. It was a private Skype conversation that was streamed. And made me look really bad. And the thing is the whole community, like, exploded because they said, like, oh, all these runs are, like, no longer valid, blah, blah, blah. A whole bunch of, it was like 20 people swarming saying, like, oh, you're a piece of shit, you need to do this, you need to do that, and I'm like, okay, fine. I will make a grandfathering saying, like, past a certain date, you can no longer use this glitch, or use this cheat in your runs. Please fix them. 2 weeks later, I see another mod who had been gone for a long time. And he said, we are no longer allowing this grandfathering. If you had a run using this cheat, your run is invalid. They said the mod team deliberated. Do you know who was left out? Me. I was completely left out of that. Do you know who was blamed? Me. I was blamed for that. It is also ironic. It's ironic that the guy who started that, like, it was the one mod and then the other guy. What advantage do you get from the cheat aside from unlocking all the stories? It's actually worse for your runs than it is better, but it's still a cheat. I think there's like one advantage to it, but oh, okay. So here's the technical advantage you could get is you can play through Sky Chase as a different character, and then Sonic Sky Chase is faster. And also there is a cutscene that is a one-time cutscene that you can do, and it makes Sonic Story slightly faster. So that is, like, the biggest reason why it's not allowed. And also, for the rest of the stories, it is worse. It makes your runs worse. It's also very easy to check. It's extremely easy to check. So, we didn't allow it because it was a decision that was made before, like a year prior to that. But the ironic part is that the guy who submitted his run purposefully and streamed the chat, streamed the DMs, makes sense, but removing runs before the rule change? No, we didn't. The rule change was made a year prior to that event. It didn't happen after. I added the grandfathering in because everybody was really upset at me because I removed the guy's run, and I went into DMs and told the guy, which he was, like, throwing insults and I was throwing insults, and that conversation was streamed. after that rule change because they said no cheats of any kind in the run. And there were several runs that used this after that rule was made clear. So, that same guy that submitted that run, and streamed that conversation that I had between me and him, would you like to know what position he has in the community right now? He is the lead moderator for Sonic Adventure DX. The same guy, the very same guy. He has unfortunately not changed much. Oh yeah, like the thing is, the dirt, by the way, which, I mean, obviously none of this is going to really leave my stream because most of you guys don't watch Sonic speedruns, and I'm not mentioning any names. But the ironic part was that the other moderator at the time who messaged me about that and told me about the run and whatnot, a couple years ago, which, by the way, this whole thing transpired in 2016. So it's been 10 years. I was streaming Sonic R the other day, dude. This was like 2024. He DM'd me, and I got to find out a couple of things. I asked him some questions, and you know what? He said? It's like, yes, that whole thing that happened was deliberate. We were trying to get you out of power. He said, I don't know why I did it. It's just everybody was saying that you shouldn't have been a moderator, so I helped out. And he said, like, I've always felt bad about it because you didn't deserve that. Which is crazy to think about, because imagine this. Like, I was kind of a jackass, but throughout most of my time being a moderator for Sonic Adventure, I was used as a meat shield. Because the other moderators wanted to make sure that the person who would defend them would be the one taking the flak, so that person would be the one to get blame. While the others were kind of in the shadows doing, you know, X, Y, Z, which I knew about. So a hate campaign because I was doing the right thing as a mod. Yes! And you know what? That wasn't the last time that happened. But I was always trying to at least do the right thing. I mean, I was dumb. Yeah, I'm not exactly that much different. But I always was trying to do the right thing. And try to make sure everything was fine. The reason why I was a moderator was because I was fucking phenomenal at the game. No, I didn't have very good personal skills. Do I think they'll... Nope. Not in the current sphere. But yeah. Not in the current way that the industry is. But yeah, so it was a hate campaign because I was doing the right thing as a mod, yes. But it was also not just a hate campaign, it was essentially baiting me into doing the right thing to get me to remove myself as a moderator. Which I had confirmation about. At one point in time, because I was the person who was leading the leaderboards for the Sonic community, because I helped out with making the stuff. I also demodded the other guy because he was doing some bad stuff. Everybody, thanks for the good luck. Everybody was assuming that I did it as a power grab, when in reality the other guy was doing, he was manipulating things and wrongfully verifying runs and not doing stuff correctly. I didn't like that, so I removed him as a series mod and then put in somebody else that I trusted. I made a lot of the mod teams for the Sonic series on speedrun.com. Talking about you, yes, exactly, Trouble. That the devs reacted? Yeah, that's true. And it was like, I was, again, manipulated out of power. Because they didn't want me to be, but at the same time, it didn't make much sense. One of the other reasons, what is wrong with the speedrun community? Yeah. This is why, like, there's more. There's a way more to this story. Oh man. So there was this one time where Sonic Adventure 2 was changing leaderboards. They were moving from RTA to in-game time. And I heard nothing about it. Now, I'm the guy who's, like, supposed to at least lead the stuff. I was told, I can't remember who it was a friend, but I was told that the leaderboards for Sonic Adventure 2 were being messed up. So I tried to ask, what is going on? And I got no reply, so I blocked them from making those changes, because I just wanted to know what the fuck was going on, and nobody was telling me. But then it turned into G-Pro's taking power. And I was like, it's just, all I needed to know was what was being changed, because I would like to know what was being changed, because what I was told was that the leaderboards were being messed up, and not, like, just like, okay, we're just transitioning to this, and this is what was going on. If he just said that, I'd be like, oh, okay. I don't care. But those certain things turned into everybody thought that I was micromanaging, which really I wasn't. Mind you, I never said I was smart. I really never said that I was smart. I should have treated it better. But it went to the point where I was basically beat down to where I gave up my moderator status eventually. And then I came back because I mean, everybody knows about the GDQ stuff, and I started realizing, holy shit, I fucked up a lot. So I started coming back, and I became moderator, and I remember talking to, like, the guy who was the head of the moderation team, or the head of, like, the entire Discord and everything. And what he said was, you know, sometimes I'm a little tired of, like, taking care of this stuff. And I said, like, you know, if you really wanted me to, I would take over for you. Do you know what that was taken as? I would take your power. And then I also remember that not too long afterwards, like, I said, like, I was gonna bring somebody else in to help me out, and then the guy freaked out completely on me, and, it turned into a shit show where I basically said, fuck this, fuck all of you guys, I'm done. And I left. That was 2019. It runs deep enough to where, I remember one guy who found out that, I was friends with somebody who was in the FGC. It was an IRL friend. And this one guy was just in the Heroes community, but he was also an SA2 guy. And he, we talked in the Sonic Heroes Discord about, like, emulation stuff. And then he said, I didn't know you were friends with this guy. you know, it's all water under the bridge. I'm like, dude, I never fucking met you. What do you mean water under the bridge? I've never talked to you before. Sloth, stop streaming. F. It ran that deep. It was so bad. By the way, and I talked to another friend about this. He felt bad about this. I was so hated that I legitimately had to tell my friends not to defend me. If I ever made friends with somebody, I would legitimately say, don't tell anybody that you're my friend, because you will get ostracized. Because guess what? When that happened, that is exactly what happened. They started hating on him and, like, started basically, like, bullying him because he was friends with me. I had to tell people not to take my side. All the while basically erasing from existence the things I did with Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Heroes. And the worst part is, I don't even know why people hated me so much. Because, I mean, looking back, like, I mean, yeah, I was a little bit of a dick. But I don't think I ever really wronged anybody. I don't remember that. Maybe a couple of people here and there, and I caused drama. But it got to the literal point where I would have to tell my own friends not to stand up for me. And even a lot of them said after the fact, like, I wish I would have defended you, but I couldn't because I was in survival mode. And that's what happened to a lot of people. That was a Sonic community. And now here's the crazy part. Because, like, reminder, the whole GDQ thing happened with Crash 2. The Sonic community I did a lot of things for. A lot of good things for the Sonic community. And I was shafted and treated like garbage. But in the Crash community, which, reminder, the whole GDQ thing happened with Crash 2. When that was ever brought up, because it was brought up, in 2017, I remember somebody brought it up as, like, there was an issue with, with the Crash community being the Crash community. Some guy was upset because he couldn't mod his stream logo onto Crash's pants in the remake. And the community mods were just saying, like, dude, shut the fuck up, you're dumb. Why would you ask for that? Are you dumb? And then some guy came in and said, this is rich coming from the people that defended the guy who said he was going to kill himself at GDQ. The entire community, including Dust, which, if anybody knows about me talking about Dust, who was a very good friend of mine, he was the first person to come in and say, this person has apologized and worked very hard to try to make sure he made up for his mistakes. You don't get to say anything about him. And the whole community, the Crash community, defended me. The community that I hurt and, like, actually gave a more negative reputation because of the GDQ incident. Versus the Sonic community that I did a lot of good things for. That treated me like garbage. How fucked up is that? Like, I think this is the first time I've ever, like, fully talked about this shit on stream. Like, a lot of these sentiments of, like, I've been treated so fucking poorly in the Sonic community, where I think McCooper said, like, it's weird how nobody talks about me in Sonic Adventure, when, like, a lot of the modern metagame was made by me in Sonic Adventure, and a decent amount in Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes. But I'm never talked about. It's almost like they're not allowed to talk about me. It's weird. It's very weird. Mind you that a lot of the problems happened between 2013 and 2016. Because I isolated in 2017, tried to come back in 2018, 2019 to kind of, like, admonish myself, because, like, I did feel bad for the shit that I did. Even the stuff that I wasn't actually guilty for, I felt bad for. So I went back to try to redeem myself, and I just got worse treatment than I did the last time. And so, in case anybody saw, I think, my 1037, where I said, no, fuck the community, this is exactly what I meant. It's bad enough that, I had the idea that people were against me, but to also have it confirmed by several people that that's what happened, instead of it just being anxiety or just, like, drama, to have it actually have happened was, like, I am very surprised that, I'm even stable. So yeah, like, I mean, holy fuck. And the thing is because of a lot of those things, I have a lot of dirt on people. That's why I'm not mentioning names. What I did, was when I was actually done, was I made a paste bin, and I called a bunch of people out, and I said, like, listen, your behavior is fucked up. You shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be treating people this way. Like in Sonic 2, when I brought up, why are you guys still using IGT when somebody could just play the European version? And one of the moderators told me to go fuck myself, basically. And I'm like, dude, that's inappropriate. And mind you, still, a lot of people still know who I am. But they don't talk about me. So, like, even then, it's like, well, this is G-Pro, he has a reputation. And, like, I still held a lot of weight in some parts of the community. At the time, I still had respect. I still have respect for a lot of people in the community. But it was like, you're gonna treat me like that. If you're gonna treat me like that, how are you treating the people that won't and can't defend themselves? Much worse than me, because I'll stand up for myself. And I always have been, like, vocal about when things were shitty, until it got to the point where I couldn't handle it anymore. But I was always very vocal if I didn't like something. Or if I thought that there was something really bad that happened. So, when I left the community, that is basically what my message was like, okay, listen, I stand up for myself. I have a reputation in the community, and you treat me like this. How are you treating other people? You guys should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. That moderators are literally abusing power to treat people like shit because lol, autism, lol, depression, I guess. A lol, like, I'm smarter than you, or some dumb shit. And it was like, I can't take this anymore. Just be warned that, like, you are in a community full of nincompoops. And I left. That was like, just before Christmas of 2019. If I'm not mistaken, it was Christmas of 2019 when I said or around Christmas of 2019. It was in December. There was also another thing that happened, which is really dumb. Thanks for the good luck, Trouble. Another thing that was really dumb that happened, I can remember, I was working with the mods for Sonic Adventure 2 to try to transition from IGT into RTA minus loads. I gave them like a little, basically like a, I more or less like gave them some, what was it called? Like, I gave them essentially like steps to change. Because the issue with IGT was people were like quitting out of the levels in order to get good RNG. They were doing it during cutscenes, and since pausing and non-in-level menuing was not counted towards runs, I gave them a system, and I said, like, listen, do we have the technology to do this shit? This is what should happen, because the thing is if we don't, something bad can happen. By the way, several years after that, something bad did occur, because they didn't transition and they were forced to transition to RTA minus loads, or something close to that. But that's beside the point. I went in, and I was, like, part of the conversation, and I can even remember, Mogami, I'm sure the Halo runners know who Mogami is, even said, in that fucking conversation, I agree with you, but because it's you, I don't agree with you. It was like, huh? So, it just, the more that I talk about it, the deeper it's gonna go. Because I will tell you this, up until I left the Sonic community, basically the majority of my speedrunning experiences, extremely negative. I was treated very poorly as a speedrunner. Partially because I would open my mouth. But very bad things happened. I think the first thing I could think of that was, like, really positive outside of, you know, having some lifelong friends that I made throughout that stuff, Axel being one of them, was, when Kylie made the Twinsanity any % video. And the reason was because, Ser was talking to Kylie when they were both at ESA. And Ser was telling Kylie, like, you know he still gets shit for the GDQ thing. And she's like, what? Yo, good luck, thanks for the good luck. She was like, what? And he's like, yeah. You know, people still shit on him for that. And yeah, it was true at the time. I don't really get it anymore. And honestly, like, anybody that does it, I mean, go fuck yourself. But Kylie made the any % history video of Twinsanity. I mean, not just for me, but part of the reason was to make a video that was positive about me. And I'm not gonna lie, when I watched that video and I saw, like, wait a second, hang on. You know, somebody made something positive about me for the first time, I started crying. I was really happy, because I was so used to being treated like shit. And, like, basically hated and forced to push my friends away from myself, to isolate myself, because I was being isolated and didn't want them to isolate. The first fucking time that somebody did something, even if it was just small, like something that was just positive about me, made me start crying. And that kind of ties into Twinsanity. Like, I mean, the thing is like, before I was running Twinsanity, I didn't really have many people that actually rooted for me. I never had, people say, like, hey, you know, you're really good at this game, holy shit. And then wanted to actually watch me and stuff, and then, like, say, hey, I remember you from this video, and it's like, whoa. And it's like, Twinsanity has done a lot of things for me that made me really happy. This is actually why I've been speedrunning Twinsanity for so long, is just because of the fact that, like, that was the first time where people were just, like, they didn't care about politics, they didn't care about community drama, they didn't care about anything because it didn't matter, nobody knew. I was just a dude speedrunning Crash Twinsanity, had some friends, and that was it. And I just happened to get good. So yeah, like, that is like, kind of like the TLDR of, like, hey, Twinsanity, also, hey, Saucy. It's like, hey, Twinsanity, like, did a lot of good things for me. It made me really happy as a speedrunner. And as a person. Because nobody should ever be used to being treated like shit for long periods of time, even if it's over some video games. And I know how that feels. Unfortunately, I know exactly how that feels. And here's the other thing, too, and I'm going to be very clear. Some people here are going to want to know who some of the names are that I talked about. I'm not going to reveal them. And because here's the thing. You can't fight. You cannot... Two wrongs do not make a fucking right. I mean, yes, I'm talking about it because, like, I kind of want to feel better about it and, like, feel relieved to talk about it. But at the same time, I'm going to say this very clearly, is, like, there is no reason to fight somebody over personal beef that happened. It fucking happened. Nothing's going to change that. Has it affected me? Yes. This is all of this all this stuff I just talked about is a direct reason why I needed to isolate myself for a couple of days. Because something happened that kind of resurfaced a lot of these issues over the past couple of weeks. And again, it's a personal matter, so I'm not naming any names, and nobody needs to know what the fuck happened, who cares. But the thing is that it kind of did that. Yo, Summy, things are okay now. But yeah, basically, like, because of all of those things that happened, something in my brain triggered that response again, and I needed to isolate. Luckily, this time it was all in my head. But, yeah. This is also why I generally don't talk about, stuff that happened in the Sonic community, because the issue is it's gonna be two responses. Some people are gonna be like, well, if people hated you, they must have had a reason, and then they're gonna find a reason. Or it's like, wow, those people are shitty, we should hate on them, and it's like, no. Or it's like, we should feel bad about G-Pro. No. Absolutely not. These are just things that happened. And unfortunately, a lot of this stuff happened in the worst, when I was at my worst. Where I was, self-isolating to the point where I was reclusive. How I made it out of that, I don't fucking know. I have been told, how the fuck did you not make attempts? And I was like, I don't fucking know. You're just happy to be there? You don't know too much, but you've enjoyed all the streams? See, that's what I'm talking about. Is like, Twinsanity has brought this to me. Getting miserable? Yeah. It really makes me sad that they haven't gotten better. It means they didn't heed the warning that I gave. But I mean, what can you do? Can I make that? Yo, I didn't know I could make that. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, fuck off. I'll keep going. But yeah, just know the TLDR about all of this is Twinsanity gave me a lot of positive things about speedrunning and made me want to, speedrun again. Yeah, Saucy, Mick Hooper was telling me the other day that it's kind of insane that people don't talk about me despite the impact I had on Sonic Adventure. Yep. It's the same shit, different faces. I think the worst part was I was still moderating for Sonic Heroes. And then there were some accusations that were happening, saying that, because of, a person's gender orientation, that the, moderators were being extremely, what's it called? Prejudiced? Which is really dumb, because we weren't. It was just, like, some stuff happened, and, like, they were involved in some drama that they brought to the Sonic Heroes community, by the way. It was something that was, like, out in a different, community that was brought into the Sonic Heroes community, and then we weren't happy about it. And, we were being accused of being prejudiced. It's the same story, by the way, but this was more recent. I said, I will take the fall. I'll say, like, listen, this is what we should do, is, like, we can't just give into it, because who else is gonna try to abuse the moderator team if it isn't our fault? We treat all people equally. So I went in, I took the brunt of it. And so, like, listen, no, the thing is that what you're accusing us of nothing. The thing is like, we treat all people the same. And the thing is like, we don't like how you're interacting with us because you're accusing us of a lot of things. You could have been respectful. You could have been cordial. And things would have been worked out, but you're not. Why should you be here? I don't care if you're fucking purple. But it was me. I told everybody, don't say anything. I'll handle it. I remember talking to Draco about it. I remember talking to Revo about it. And there was one thing in common that is an unfortunate truth. Is that they were saying that Draco said it is terrifying how good you are at picking the lesser of two evils. And the thing is I took the brunt of that. Guess what? It wasn't popular. But the thing is like, I didn't want to bring in two people just because they may have a different gender orientation, because there were some major red flags. It ain't... I was like, I can't. Morally speaking, that is a terrible decision. Is if you just say, okay, even if somebody is being bad, that because of something else, they're allowed to walk over other people. When the exact situation, I don't remember what it was. It was something to do with like potential grooming, I think, or I don't know, something sexual. But it turned out to be a nothing burger. But the problem is they brought it into the community. The excuse after like saying a bunch of shit to the moderators, making all these claims of like, oh, you hate black people, you hate transgender. It's like, what? But this doesn't involve us. And all you're doing is saying you're being disrespectful to the moderators. That alone is grounds to give somebody a warning. So, my last thing that I did as a moderator for the Sonic Heroes community was that. I said, like, listen, Sid is getting shit. He's in a terrible headspace at the moment because there was something really stressful he was dealing with. I'm not going to get into that. Other moderators didn't know what to do. And, like, nobody was doing anything. And I wasn't going to sit there and be like, well, listen, we can't just let people who have massive red flags and have no respect for others bringing in drama that wasn't even involving the Sonic Heroes community in the first place. And then, like, just allowing them to stay because of XYZ. I haven't watched it in a while. He's doing okay. I talked to him the other day. I mean, you know, outside of economic bullshit that's happening all over the world. But he's doing okay. So, what I did was I was just like, okay, well, here's the thing. No, I'm terrible at politics. But I will just say, like, listen, if I don't think that you're doing something right, I don't care. You're not going to walk all over my friends and the people that I am, like, representing, basically. Just because of some baseless accusations. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because, like, yes, you should be more delicate, of course, to certain individuals. But at the same time, if you allow certain individuals to walk all over your moderation team for no good reason, the message is sent that somebody can basically make baseless claims or baseless accusations and say, like, okay, well, here's the thing. If you don't give in to my demands, I'm going to hold this against you and say that you were doing this in order to gain favor and scare you. And the last thing you want to do is if you are faced between a moral choice and a political choice. Because the moment that you decide to choose politics over morality is the moment that you allow people to walk all over you. And then that's not good because certain things change for the worst. And what I mean specifically by morality, by the way, because, like, you know, this is kind of a touchy subject. I don't mean anything other than, like, actively trying to hurt other people. That is the only thing. Anything else does not matter because, like, You do you. Just don't hurt people. Don't try to upset people just to get what you want. Don't do that. Sets the new standards. We can trash mods because they are insert prejudice. Yeah. Exactly. Politics suck. Yep. I do not like politics. I fucking hate politics. I think politics is misused and abused. It's building. Time to wait a few hours. Let's go. But yeah, like, I don't care. Minecraft Gangnam Style. I don't care, dude. I'm too old for caring. And it's like I said, and I always say this, and I'm always going to say this. I do not care what your orientation is. I don't care what anything you have on your outward or inward appearance is. I do not care if you have cock and balls or not cock and balls. I do not care if you have titties. Well, actually, maybe I do, but that's beside the point. If you are an asshole, you get treated like an asshole. If you are a good person, you get treated like a good person. And if you like men... You know, in my previous all levels run, there was somebody that actually just came in and said, I like men, and dipped. And I was just like, okay, congratulations. Like, okay. It was like 2024, like, you think that like saying I like men is gonna like shock people in 2024? How was my holiday weekend? Not very good. Dude, like, the thing is that in the modern day, if you're a guy who fucks another guy, you could still be straight in 2024, and it's like, I like men? Dude. Okay. Like, congrats. It's the most nothing burger thing. Like, yeah, it's nice that you could go out and just say it. Cool. That's amazing. But I'm just gonna be there like, okay. I don't care. Not like, you know, keep it to yourself, but it's like, you like men. No, that's you, trouble. It's more so like, huh? Dude? Okay. It's more like positive apathy. It's not negative apathy, it's positive apathy. It's supposed to invoke a negative reaction. If it doesn't work, they leave. What? In 2024? What? 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 I'm sorry, but like, I'm gonna be real. If you still have issues with where somebody sticks their dick or what they stick inside of them, okay, you know what? Maybe I should be, maybe I should be a lot more specific because, whatever. If you judge somebody for not PP vagina in 2026? What? Why? Bro, we have economic crises. We have wars going on. And you care about if somebody likes to stick their dick in butt? You care about somebody sticking their dick in butts? Over, you know, like, the possibility of World War III? Buddy! I hope this combo gets into the world record. That would be hilarious. But no, I'm just like, dude. Steam Deck's price has skyrocketed. There are negotiations, apparently. I mean, like, listen. I am going to drop a political statement. Okay? Please do not get into this. By the way. But I am going to say this. Even Fox fucking News is against this fucking war. When you have the biggest cocksuckers of that shit actively going against the one side they're supposed to suck dick for, and they're against it, you fucked up! You fucked up! Listen! How? How? We don't live in the reality. We live in a fucking simulation, dude. You can look at fucking newspaper headlines and be like, this would exist in a fucking cartoon. Pigs are gonna be fucking flying tomorrow. We don't even live in a society anymore. We live in a fucking simulation. Because when you think about it, I don't care what side of the fucking spectrum you're on. You have to say that that's fucking crazy. You have Jeff Bezos fucking Bezos saying that we need to start paying the bottom line workers more. You have one of the richest fucking men on the planet saying that we need better workers' rights for the people that are making minimum fucking wage. Dude, do you realize what that fucking means? We don't live in reality anymore. What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, this is fucking mind break bullshit. Now we can stop talking about the politics, but I'm just saying, like, look at that shit for just 1 second. And you're gonna, like, open your eyes like, hang on a second. It doesn't matter. That's fucked up. And the reason why I know this is because my parents watch Fox News, by the way. Do you realize we don't live in reality anymore? Well, yeah. And the thing is that, like, I mean, whatever. People are gonna quote me on whatever. It's like, here's the deal. I really don't give a shit what people say anymore. I've stopped giving a shit about what people say. I finally let out the one thing that, like... really, really fucked me up. Which was the whole thing that happened in Sonic Adventure DX with me. I finally talked about that on stream, which I never did before. Or like, some of the other stuff. I really don't care anymore. You find it funny that's the first thing? Oh, yeah. more than... Yeah. How are the runs? Bad. I had one good run. That died to hug skip, and now that I have finally created the one true hug skip that is not going to fail at all, but I can't get out of Hub 3 now. Plus, I've been very tired. I've been streaming for about 9 hours, but I've been talking a lot about stuff because I needed to get a lot of it off my chest. And I mean a lot of it. And, also, I apologize. I apologize for, a lot of the negativity that transpired from me talking about stuff in the past. In terms of, like, the Sonic speedrunning community, I apologize if this changes how you think of me, cool, I guess. But, like, no, I feel better talking about a lot of the stuff that I've talked about today. Shit's fucking whack right now. And Axel and Cratchit know very well the reason why I was bringing up the whole, old Sonic community stuff. I don't think Cratchit knows as much as, Axel does, though. Very, very related to, why I had a breakdown that lasted like 3 days. Yeah, I still can't believe that the thing that, the fact that, I mean, I looked up stuff about abandonment issues, and I looked at one of the coping mechanisms, and it basically said, like, listen, here's the thing. You have to understand that you're not right. It's just anxiety. But then I look at where, like, it has been confirmed to me that the things that happened to manipulate me out of power actually happened. I was right the whole time. I wasn't wrong, I was right. And I'm just like, how do you deal with that? How the fuck do you deal with that? Or, like, I remember the last thing that happened in, like, 2016, 2017, I think, when, I actually left the community and then dropped my mod for good. Well, not for good, but, I think it was 2017. I remember, like, I freaked out because, like, all of the runs, that used the All Stories Unlocked cheat, none of them were taken down. There were 50 of them. There were 50 of them, and that was the reason why I got, like, knocked out of power. And then when, they decided to not grandfather them and they had to remove them, they weren't even removed, including a top 7. I think it was no, it might have been the 4th place at the time. It was a 4th place run that used it. And that was the reason, that was the whole reason why I was basically mobbed. When I came back, at the end of the day, I was like, I was like, you guys just don't want me to be here. And I remember, I'm gonna name him because he's gone from the community. Nobody knows where he is. CJB Kulix was the guy that said, yes, we don't want you here. That was the nail in the coffin that made me leave the Sonic community in 2017. And some people who know, like, he was one of the top Sonic runners. And he said that to me. That hurt. Dude. Holy fuck. Oof. Oof. Holy fuck. I kind of forgot about that. Holy fuck. I still have the paste bins, by the way. In case anybody wants to read that. I documented a lot of the things. I still have them. I just don't share them. You can find them if you look hard enough. Oh yeah, I archived a lot of things. I archived a lot of the things that happened. A lot of the conversations I had with people that were me being treated like shit. It was something my mom taught me to do, is that in the case that there is something where some people can, like, pin stuff against you, to archive it and document it just in case. Because in the case that people actually don't want to, in the case that there are people who want to actually harm you, you can use that as leverage to basically, like, make sure people understand that you were not in the wrong. Or, like, see that, yes, maybe you were in the wrong, but you were still not treated very well. So I still have some of those conversations documented just in case. They didn't do anything. But, yeah, I still have a lot of, things documented. When I left the Sonic community, I put some of those paste bins in there. Particularly the public ones, not the private conversation ones. Those ones I have not leaked publicly. But when I left the community, I put some of those paste bins in there. So like, hey, a lot of this stuff, the way I was treated was really fucked up. Yeah. No, I didn't care if stuff was, like, petty or, like, really stupid. Like, anything that happened in Crash, nothing compared to what happened in Sonic. Great Nut, it was okay. Like, when I see Crash drama, I kind of laugh. Not because, like, you know, lol, it's funny, but rather it's like, this is what you guys consider drama. Sonic community CTR drama is fucking nothing compared to Sonic drama. Holy shit. Like, the worst that CTR got was a regular Tuesday. I'll go on for maybe another 17 attempts. I've said this like several times. But it's like, CTR drama is nothing. It was a regular Tuesday. And it's really stupid. I mean, Victor is being targeted. And that's really dumb. Which, by the way, if nobody knows that that's happening, yes, that is happening. Victor is particularly being targeted by certain individuals. I'm not going to say who they are. But Victor is being targeted. Look out for that next time. You might see it. Yes. I'm 100% serious. It's pretty obvious, actually. If you look in the seat when things blew up, look at who's getting the most flack. Katsu and Victor. Yeah. When I stepped in to try to like fix a lot of that, the thing is like what my thing was to try to say, because here's the issue. Here's a massive issue when it comes to these types of drama. When certain people are targeted, what they are doing is they are trying to elicit a reaction. Yes, so I was going to explain that. what a lot of people were trying to do is elicit a reaction out of particularly Victor and Katsu, so that way more people would feel justified in hating Victor and Katsu. So when one person doesn't feel like they're being listened to, especially if they're a moderator, when they're trying to help, yes, they're going to go out of their way and antagonize people. Because guess what? The same fucking thing happened to me in Sonic, but worse. So I saw that, and that's why, like, when I was helping things out, I told them both to shut up. Because the thing is, I knew what was happening. Victor wasn't doing that on purpose. It was feeling that he was being unjustly targeted, which is true, but also people weren't listening to him, which is also true. But unfortunately, the only way to react is by being angry. No, that was very specific. One of the things that was happening was, a particular set of people rated his stream and said, "the fucking Brazilian" in Spanish. And I mean, like, a bunch of people came into his chat and said, "the fucking Brazilian." Somebody said in Spanish, if I remember correctly, calling him, a slur in Spanish, if I'm not mistaken, and talking shit about him. Nope, I'm not. I'm not at all. But the problem is none of you guys know Spanish, so none of you guys actually know what's being said, because all of this stuff was done in Spanish, not in English. By the way, these are things that are, like, talked about in the Leaderboard Mods channel. I'm talking about it because I think it's important that people know that this is happening, because yo soy gringo. Exacto, sí. Yo también soy gringo. But it's basically like, with how bad it can get. Yeah, see, Saucy, you don't even care that much, I bet. Because the thing is shit like this happened in the Sonic community all the fucking time. And it's fucking stupid. And the worst part is I see it right away. And then when Victor was, like, messaging me, because I asked him if he was okay, because I knew he was upset. And he was trying to justify himself in the mod channel. I'm like, look, dude, just shut up. And then I asked him if he was okay, and then he was telling me, okay, this is what was going on. Over a game. Yeah, I know. Now, I just look at that, and I'm like, dude, like, it doesn't fucking matter. The issue is, this is the unfortunate issue, is that a lot of these old sentiments are from older speedrunners that do not wish to change. And the thing is, well, unfortunately with a lot of this stuff, it's the same shit all over again. You find a scapegoat, you target them because they're the weakest link out of all of them. They're the ones that will justify the anger, and then you don't blame Nifsky for leaving? I don't either. But you find the weakest link, the person that will react the worst. You will target them because you'll get exactly what you want. You want that person who's in power to start acting out. Nifsky left SMB1, yes. Because they decided that the thing he was doing was switching controllers was fine until he got another PB soon after, and then they decided to, they decided to ban it. Basically meaning that his run was meaningless. because of politics. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was politics. That's so shitty. Yeah. Dude, it's like... It all goes back to politics, exactly. The more political a fucking community is, the worse they are. I don't want a pop-up for that, you fucking cock. It always goes back to people who are political. Because it's a game. All of that is a fucking game. The best way to win is to not play. Because the more you play, the more they expose themselves. That's the thing. But sometimes you can't win. Sometimes you're already like, you've already lost before it even started. With Niftsky, that's exactly what happened. He already lost. The moment that he started even doing anything with that double controller thing was the moment he lost. There's nothing he could do. All he did was just make a statement, because of course he's upset, because why wouldn't you be upset when, like, you just had a record, and SMB1 records are very hard to achieve, and everything he did with that fucking, like, swapping controller methods, gone. After it was allowed. Not before. After it was allowed. That's not fair. The CTR thing, same thing. And honestly, I don't care if any of those CTR guys, like, comes into my chat. Yes, it was after! Oh, shit! Uh-oh. Double run raid? Oh, boy. Yo, Vanny? Another Ohio boy? Ooh. How are the runs? How's the Ohio boy? How's the Ohio boys? Unfortunately, we're talking about speedrunning drama. Go Buckeyes? I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. However, Ohio boys, I fuck with that. Well, I guess it's time for me to do another 30 minutes of attempts or so. Messy. Terrible. I had one good run. That was like 5 seconds faster than my fastest. And then I failed hug skip. Which, I have finally figured out a way to make hug skip not suck balls. I have fully perfected it now. What? Thank you for the money that I couldn't read because the screen was too small. I also didn't get a notification, but thank you. Ah, fuck, I forgot to read the paper. That's true. My bad, Saucy. I'll tell you off stream what transpired. Which a lot of it makes sense. It started making sense and things are okay now. You got some real in-depth review? Nice. So yeah, I almost had... It was a run that was, so I had that 24:13 pace run before, and I was 5 seconds ahead of that. Unfortunately, I have been stuck not getting into Hub 3. Especially because, like, I know it doesn't say it, but I have been streaming for 9.5 hours because my internet cut out. Come on, man. And then, of course, you know, Nutskip being Nutskip, it kind of sucks. Sucks nuts, yeah. But yeah, anything that I've said, anything I've basically said in this stream, if anybody wants to get a little butthurt about it, well, I apologize. Whatever, it's 9.5 on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube for some reason didn't go down, but my actual internet did.
Promotion? What for? Promotion? What for? I invented Sonic's two-tailed friend.
Only took me what was it, like 12.5 minutes to invent? Is the old dimension skip, hang on. Old dimension skip a good way to do, why are you doing the NTSC version? Just play on emulator.
Snooping as usual, I see.
Too difficult, F. Yeah, don't play on NTSC PS2. Just play on emulator. Hang on, I'm being asked something. The game is hard just to do exactly what I do, yeah. Okay, somebody was asking me something about Super Paper Mario. Yes, I have knowledge in Super Paper Mario. Fuck. So yeah, so yeah, my runs have not been great. I think I'm gonna do more runs tomorrow. Also not sick under recent circumstances. Yeah. Just get me out of here, man. I'll do about 25 resets. 25 more resets, and then I'll raid somebody because I am tired. I am very tired. Also, if you would want to support me, go to paypal.com/GPro needs fucking money. Don't do that. That doesn't exist. It would be funny. Nobody needs to support me. Everything is fine. Especially because, after I'm done with this, I'm going to talk to my dad about the summer job. Just gave me your annual wage. Whoa. Bro's like, bro, my $5 that I spent 1 year earning? Yeah, get it. Hell yeah. Get yourself a nice car. Lamborghini. Mansion. All for $5. Half a stick of gum. Wait a second. You can't buy gum for less than $5, can you? Dude, we're so cooked. Half a stick, don't be greedy. Whoa. What the fuck? Okay. Do not gift subs, true. Somebody gift me 5 subs, I'm very lonely and depressed. I remember... I remember somebody was gifting subs, and then I just said, Dio was like, where's my sub? And I said, somebody gift Dio a sub, he's very lonely and depressed. And then somebody fucking did it. I fucking laughed. That was funny as fuck. It's the trick that works every time, is like, please somebody gift me a sub, I'm very lonely and depressed. Note that if I always do that, I am baiting. It is a bait. You've gotten 3 subs doing that shit, deadass. You know what? Me too! Particularly in Sloth stream, I would say, like, somebody please gift me a sub, I'm very lonely and depressed. It has worked several times. Give you a sub, you're very lonely. You're on Twitch, it doesn't work. I'm also depressed, it doesn't work for you, damn. I mean, I would activate memberships on YouTube, but they would be fucking useless. And then, I would get somebody that would complain at me like, dude, you do nothing for memberships, and it's like, of course I don't, I fucking speedrun, you dumbass. I do nothing for you? True. I'll take... Whoa. Okay, Saucy, tone it down. As opposed to, he'll go up. He will invent the flying elevator. That's how that works. Malnutrition. Had your wallet ready and everything. Uh-oh. But yeah, like, I mean, the thing is, I'm getting a summer job. So, like, thanks for the small stonks. Job is good, yep. It's a summer job, though, so I won't have it for whatever, but I will be able to catch up on what I needed to buy and everything, and also do some good stuff here and there for, I have some ideas, and then maybe I'll get a new CPU. Dude, that's so fucking stupid. Okay. We're doing mountain skip fast, I guess. Why? I mean, fuck it. I guess I'm doing this too. Nah. I'm 2 seconds behind. After that dumb shit. I'm also just kind of tired of resetting to the nut. And also resetting to mountain. That could have been faster, but, like, the camera was all fucked up. Okay. That's not super bad, but I do need to go fast, because, like, if I don't, okay. Alright. We're good. How fast I do, that room does not matter. Lost. Yeah, I'm gonna lose like 3 seconds, I think. Okay. Okay, that's another second. Because I got an insta-fall. The game is really fucking me up right now. Damn. Fast as fuck. Okay. A little slower, but it's okay. When to stop soon? I got raided. Again. Oh yeah. This is not the slowest run of the day. After you're off. You'll take it? Usually I don't stream for this long. Time is it for me right now? 8:30. That was almost bad. Fuck me. I was about to say if I got into hub 3 during that run, that would have been the last run of the day. You know what? The problem is that I have a feeling that if Jordy is streaming right now, if he finishes his run, he's gonna raid me. I have a feeling he's gonna raid me if I stay live, and that means that I'm gonna have to run even longer. I'm gonna double check. Okay. All right. He's not live. All right. Good. I was about to say, like, fuck, if he's live, I don't want to get a fucking, like, almost 200 viewer raid while I'm, like, this tired. I'll go until 75 or I'll go until 75 or next run into hub 3. The nice thing is though is that runs today are like, I mean, while the runs today were very sad, I now do not need to worry about hug skip again. And you know what? Here's the thing. That is one of the things that I'm very glad I labbed, because when I go back to classic route for hundo, or not classic route, no, it does work for classic route too, but when I go back for cursed route hundo, I have to do hug skip, and now I'm not. Okay, so there's a good thing and a bad thing about that version of hug skip. It is slower. It's slower by, like, I think 2 or 3 seconds, but it is way more consistent, so I won't fail it, which means that I'm not going to lose 25-ish seconds on hug skip at the end of the run. And I think I died in Rock Slide 2 in my PB. You know what? I'm gonna be funny. Last run is 35.69. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna get the run. Nice. Tomorrow, I think, is gonna actually be the run. I can't really do, I don't think I'm gonna be able to play at my best for the rest of the night. I'm extremely exhausted. I'm also extremely exhausted, in general. You can ask Axel, because he's known just how fucking bad, how bad of a condition I was in. Not physical. It was all mental. Luckily. Usually the issue is physical. It was not physical. All mental. You have your last day of school tomorrow? But it's your last day? Let's go, dude. If you want, Saucy, we can call after my run, and then we can chat. Then I can catch you up to speed, because we haven't called in a while. I'll let you know the ongoings. Last day of today is an any percent no replay. What does that even mean? What did bro mean by this? Oh, no reset? I could do a no reset I could do any percent no reset. Sure, I guess. Yeah, fuck this. Hell yeah. Hang on. A cheeky any percent? You're back. I'm finishing my run on my stream. Yep, I did indeed do a cheeky any percent run back in March. Or a couple. Imagine. I am, stupid. I forgot to grab the Wumpa and the life. Oh, okay. Okay. Sí, hago streams en Twitch. Por IMG Pro. Es el nombre de mi canal. Little cheeky any percent. And everybody's like, wait, what's the difference? Little cheeky any percent run before we go. I almost did any percent no dimension skip. No, no eres el único. Hay otros.
is strong.
Bro, casually about to beat Dio's time.
This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the
Te voy a descargar en Twitch para... Vale, gracias. This is actually sub 10 pace. Yo, what the fuck? They didn't even notice me. Fuck you. Fuck. The fuck am I doing, dude? Casually fucking doing the hardest part. Cool. That should be okay, actually. Yep. Whoa. Whoa. My cycle should be pretty good. Where's Anthony at? Worst possible spot he can be. Oh shit. Okay. So I have good news and I have bad news. Bad news is I can't do this. Good news is it's fine. Yo. Yo. I even got the fast one. Yo. Why is this fast? It's not that fast. I mean, it's faster than Dio. But still. This is gonna be like a 10-20. I would say that a no reset run of this after like almost 10 hours and I'm still getting like a fucking like 10-20 is kind of funny. Oh no, there was one trick I did not get first try. That was hard. What I got, when I was doing, the gauntlet in the ant fight room. Come on. Oh yeah, I'm easily subbing 1030. $10.25. Almost a minute faster than Dio's PB. Shit. Dio crying in the corner. Common Dio L. Who do I raid? What is Alex doing?
You know, Crash, for all these years I've been wrong about you. Your
Creation was a mistake, and your existence has been a constant reminder of that mistake. But I have learned something from all this. I've learned that you can't run away from your mistakes, but you can bury them! I never want to see your ridiculous face again!
Bye bye.